Yeah, I think we are streaming live now.
Okay.
Can you just check to see if it's happening?
On the YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah.
Something funny has happened on my desktop, Nikhila. When I put off my video, the whole thing goes off and some weird Zoom page opens.
No, just check on your phone.
No. That I know. I'm checking on phone only.
Okay.
But this is, I don't know, yeah, what to do. Just a minute.
Tara, work ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ವೆಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ.
ಓಕೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲ, ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು.
ಓಕೆ.
Hey, all that we are talking is coming on live YouTube, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Nikhila, are you going to play that music?
It's playing.
Oh, I'm not here.
Okay. I'll just check. I'll just check if it's working. Yeah, maybe I didn't enable sound. Yeah, share sound.
Chat is open. Live stream.
Enable sound. Sound.
that? See this?
हाँ, बीच में वो छूटा होगा ना तो मैं आती हूँ। ठीक है।
थोड़ा खिड़की खोल लो, गर्मी है।
खोल दिया।
Yeah. Gita, can we begin?
Hi Geeta, hi Nikhila.
Hello. A very good afternoon, and I'm Nikhila. I teach film studies at the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. On behalf of Gita Viswanath, who we will all see later in the workshop, and all of us at Talking Films Online, I welcome all those who have joined us for the How to Write a Film Review workshop as a part of the first anniversary events of Talking Films Online, TFO in short. TFO was born in challenging times and has sustained for the past 1 year by discussing films week after week. We began on June 2nd, 2020, and each Saturday at 9 p.m. we meet online to discuss a pre-decided film. So far, we have had 52 such sessions discussing various Indian and world cinema, feature films, and documentaries. We also had a short film festival called Chittaramala, curated by Deepa Majumdar and Gita Viswanath in November 2020, and a folk film French film festival curated by Abhijit Ranadev in April 2021. All our film discussions are available on our YouTube channel, Talking Films Online. So do take a look at the discussions on the various films. Those interested in participating in these weekly discussions may do so by joining the Facebook group Talking Films Online. You can get in touch with Geeta or me, or even any of the speakers who can add you to the Facebook group and keep you informed about the weekly discussions. I request all of you who are joining to please mute yourself. Please mute yourself. This film review workshop is the second of the anniversary events. We had a short film competition which got over just last week. And we have two events coming up. One, a workshop for PhD students and a talk by filmmaker Amul Gupte on 26 June at 9 p.m. And this talk is open to all of you to join. About the film review workshop today, we have four wonderful speakers on cinema, and the special speaker who will join us in conversation, Anupama Chopra, right at the end. The speakers will be speaking about how to read films, how to write about films, and these will undoubtedly give you insights that are new and fresh. With regard to some general instructions, the speakers will speak for about 45 minutes. Those of you who have any questions, please type them in the chat box. Some of you have joined on Zoom. You may type in the Zoom chat box. Those of you who are watching this broadcast on YouTube, please type it in the chat box, and Dr. Rashmi Pragna, Assistant Professor of English, and Ms. Shailashri, PhD scholar, will be reading out as many questions as possible from the YouTube chat box for the speakers. Since a large number of participants have registered for the workshop, we request you to desist from putting greeting messages or unwanted messages in the chat box. If all your queries will not be addressed here, we will share with you the speakers' email IDs, and you can also write to them. You also have detailed information about the resource persons, and that has already been mailed to you. So we really hope that you will have a really fruitful and thought-provoking day today. With these words of introduction to TFO, to the workshop, I now turn to Jayanto Das Gupta. Jayanto Das Gupta is, in short, a filmmaker and independent scholar. But you know that from the introduction that we have all mailed to you, you know he's a multifaceted personality. And we really look forward to Jayanto's presentation today. Over to you, Jayanto.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikhila. Thank you, Gita. Thank you, Talking Films Online, for giving me this opportunity. And welcome to all of you people who have shown an interest in today's proceedings, and they are attending this session of mine. You see, this session is primarily intended to be how to write a film review. That is the end aim of this by and large. But I would be sort of dealing with a stage which is one stage before that stage comes. Before writing something about a film, you will have to first know what a film is. You know, you have to understand a film. what is it about this medium that has caught everybody's attention, and how is it that in a space of less than 100 years, it has become the primary art form of our times. It is certainly the most important art form of our times, and there are several reasons for us, to really know and understand why this has happened, because we are forced to live in an age when we are surrounded by images, and these images, some of them are real, most of them are constructed, which help us to form an idea of the reality around us. That is why film medium is so important. And this morning I saw a cartoon and I saw a photograph that how every aspect, which just goes on to prove that how every aspect of our lives is kind of touched by cinema, that there is, as far as current affairs are concerned, the most important thing which is happening now is this unrest, the civil unrest in Myanmar, which was earlier Burma. There is a photograph taken by a news agency, the photograph of Aung San Suu Kyi, and there is also a picture of a hand which has three fingers held up like this, which has become the symbol of the protest, the common people's protest against the military rule. And I think many of us would know, many of you would know that this symbol has been taken from the film The Hunger Games trilogy. So even something which concerns us so deeply, we find something from cinema to be able to express it. That shows to what extent we are, influenced by cinema. Also, many of us, those of us who are not specialized students or scholars of literature, our only introduction to literature is through film adaptations of, cinema adaptations of literature. Literature comes to us, to most of us, through film adaptations. So does history, because although the serious historian would be in serious doubt of history, of cinema's ability to deal with history objectively as it ought to be addressed, but the fact is that many of us, we get our history only from films. And there must be a reason as to how. There's a very intense debate which is going on about cinema's ability to, quote unquote, do film, whether it can do it or not. The basic objection against cinema, which most historians have, is that the cinema, no matter, if flashback and flash forwards notwithstanding, the cinema, by its very nature, is always in the present. It is only in the present. There is no once upon a time in cinema. There is no in the meantime in cinema. Even if the past is being shown as a flashback, it is now. It is here and now. And you are as much in the scene as it were. So it sort of does not allow the possibility of an objective distance from the, from the object of contemplation, from the object of deliberation. And also, cinema, unlike a serious historical book, a book of history, it does not have the facility for a footnote and all that kind of a thing. But the fact is that no matter how intense the distrust of historians to cinema as a means of showing the past or telling about the past, the fact is many of us, in fact, most of us, get our knowledge of history from films, So all pervasive is the hold of cinema on our lives. So therefore, we must try and understand it a little better. Incidentally, I'll just deviate for a while. Although there is this logo at the bottom left corner of the frame, which says, my name is Rajini Das Gupta. My name is Jayant Das Gupta. It's not my computer. But anyway, doesn't matter. And, literary adaptations, historical, you know, all of it comes from cinema. And I'll tell you something about the reality of cinema is a constructed reality. It is a constructed reality, and therefore, and the process which creates that reality is called editing. You know, you can call it by any word. There is editing. In Europe, mostly it's called as montage. We call it editing. And there's a very interesting, I'm talking about the days of early cinema when the Russian, they were later given the tag of the Russian formalists, people like Kuleshov and Pudovkin, and certainly later as Sergei Eisenstein. They were collectively known as, they have given us, they were known as the formalists, the Russian formalists, and the Russian formalist school. Let us, for our sake of understanding, let us only take it as anything where the form is more important than content, where how it is being said or how it is being constructed is more important to the artist, to the person who's making it, then the reality constructed is called formalist in nature. And they are the people who gave us our basic ideas. For the moment, I'll say that they are the people who gave us the basic ideas about what montage is and how it constructs our reality for us. There's a very important, slightly amusing incident or something which is called as a Kuleshov experiment. The Kuleshov experiment is, there was this very famous Russian actor of the time, I'm forgetting his name, by and by it will come to me, that Kuleshov, what he did was he took a photograph of this actor, very famous actor, a very well-known face in Russia of the 1920s. And then he sort of intercut it with three different photographs, three different images, one of that, and a pie, which looked very appetizing, a child in a pram, and a woman. And he just cut these two images together and he presented them. And most people were of the opinion that the first expression which the actor showed when he was juxtaposed the image of the pie was he's showing beautifully the feeling of hunger, right? And when he is shown, his picture is shown against that of the little child, little baby in a pram, it is supposed to be a kind of filial affection, which he's supposed to be conveying. And when it is that, the young woman, it is supposed to be lust. Although it was the same picture of the actor in all the three things. So there is, by juxtaposing it between two kinds of images, which Eisenstein at the time would call the montage of collisions, as if two different subject matters are colliding together and the meaning is something entirely different. Third thing emerges, A plus B. For some people of this generation was AB, like Pudovkin and Kuleshov, but for Eisenstein, A plus B was always C. Something entirely new emerged when two images were collided together. And this is why we find that the history, the reality of cinema is always, created by editing. Now that we are talking about this bit of film history, let me also go back that there can be essentially two kinds of film. No matter what else we are talking about, by and large, the two broad categories into which cinema or films can be placed, it can either be, a film based on, either it can be a realist film or it can be a formalist film, right? Actually, there are three categories of films. There is realism, there is classicism, and there is formalism. So the realism, the earliest cinema, also we found that our snippets, pieces of our everyday life. I think most of us know that, although there have been others who have been responsible for it, but by and large, it has been the the Lumiere brothers in the late 19th century, always towards the end, almost towards the end of the 19th century, they are credited with the discovery of cinema and with the invention of cinema, if you want to call it. And there are these very famous short scenes which the Lumiere brothers shot, workers leaving a factory, the train arriving at a railway station. And so new was this medium to the people that I am told, I read somewhere, that the audience jumped up and screamed in alarm when the train was shown approaching them on the screen, because it was entirely new. So actually, we have realistic film, which the Lumiere brothers, they had created so successfully and so much in the pioneer sense. But almost at the same time, there was another person in their same nation of France called Georges Méliès, who was making formalist films, avant-garde films, experimental films, which is not realistic, which is formalistic in the sense of the journey to the moon, which was animation. It was a story told in a very, very formalistic manner. There was no realism at all, So therefore, we have the film as a realism, which is actually the documentary film, which is supposedly totally realistic. Anyway, even the documentary is not as objectively true as one would like to believe, but then that is something which we'll set aside for later. So the realism is represented by the documentary film. The formalism is by the experimental film, the cutting edge technology film, which is called as the avant-garde, the experimental film, and somewhere in between, combining features of both realism and formalism, is the classicism, which is the classical film. This is again a term which most fiction films, they fall under this category. The fiction film, the classicist film, the fiction film, it combines features from both realism as well as formalism. A very good film to sort of understand what I am trying to tell you here is a very famous 1980 film, The Life Made on the Boxer, Jake LaMotta, played by Robert De Niro. It was Martin Scorsese's film, Raging Bull. And people have always, ever since that film was made in 1980, have been divided over their opinion, whether it's a realist film or whether it's a formalist film. Well, let me tell you, and which most people now agree upon, is that it was a bit of both, It was actually, supposedly, the film was based on the life of a boxer. Later on, people have been sort of forced to revise their opinion of the subject matter of the film. It was on the life of a man who boxed. You can understand the difference between these two. It was not a boxing film. So there was an equal division, although the scenes from the boxing bouts which are shown in this film are so, let us say, powerful that people identify with them, which comprise only 8 minutes of that film, as the rest of the film is 110 minutes old. They identify more with those films because they say that the scenes are very realistically shot. They're not realistically shot. The rest of the film, which is about the ordinary, everyday life of this man, Jake LaMotta, that is as realistic as one could have it. But the boxing scenes particularly are shot in the most formalist manner. They are actually choreographed, and this whole slow motion. Now, slow motion is understandably is something that life does not allow you to do. You do not get to see your beloved rushing towards you in slow motion, arms extended, however much you would like to do that. It is a facility which is only a kind of imaginary thing which the filmmaker is playing around with his medium to be able to do that. And also the thought processes of a battered and bruised boxer, wherein he's literally seeing stars. All those are very, very formalistically special effects design film. So here, even the so-called classicist film, which is essentially supposedly realistic in that it is made upon the life of a real person as subject matter, is not completely realistic. So most classicist films, most fiction films, they sort of, fit between the realism and experimentation on the two extreme ends. So it is a formal and it is the realist, and classicist is somewhere in between. And here I'm reminded of a statement by George Picasso, Pablo Picasso, sorry. And it says, art is a lie that tells the truth. Nothing describes cinema better than this, Art is a lie that tells the truth, and this cinematic art is the one which demonstrates this the most, that it is not only a great lie, it is the perfect lie. It is not theater, but uses acting and staging. It is not literature, but uses writing and storytelling. It is not history, but it takes us to the past and tells us how the past looked, So basically, you will find that any film that by and large, it falls between one or the two categories that we have. It will either be a montage film or it will be what is known as a mise en scène film. Mise en scène is a German word. It means putting together on stage. So here the framing is very important as to what is put by the filmmaker to create that frame. What is the dominant in that frame? What is it that catches your this thing? And naturally, you will find that such a scene wherein the reality is enclosed within the four lines of the frame, you need to look at it for a longer time than three images which are sort of intercut with one another, and finally the reality emerges in the end. Here you will have to look at it for a slightly longer duration to arrive at the meaning of what is happening there, and therefore necessarily the mise en scène film has takes which are longer. It believes in the longer takes vis-a-vis the montage film, and there are basically 4 or 5 major themes, major headings under which your basic knowledge about what constitutes the reality of cinema and how that is constructed by the filmmaker. It is proxemics. Proxemics is the distance of the photographed object from the camera. And then there is kinetics. Kinetics of cinema is very important. I'll come to kinetics especially later on. Then the third is, lighting. The whole point of lighting is so important that it is inherent, it is intrinsic to the meaning of cinema. The lighting, it tells us the significance of one particular person, one particular object vis-a-vis the other by playing around with the lighting. And this is important because, film shooting, unlike the glamour that is attached to it, is a terribly, terribly long, seemingly boring, cumbersome process for the simple reason that lighting takes a hell of a lot. For a particular scene to be set up, it is the lighting which takes the maximum time for a scene which may take just about 5 minutes to shoot, And by the way, an average scene, length of a scene, if we follow the Bollywood and the Hollywood classic film, is about 8 minutes. It's about 8 minutes, And sometimes it is less, sometimes it is more. Some kind of films have more scenes, some kind of films have less scenes, understandably, where the action is fast, very quick. There will be shorter scenes, but more scenes, where the action is easy paced, which talks about philosophical things, about love and whatever, philosophy and all that. There will be fewer number of scenes, but there'll be longer scenes, understandably. So these are the basic tools with which the filmmaker creates the kind of film that she or he wants to create. That is something that you have to keep in mind. And let me begin with the first of the important elements. It is the proxemics. Proxemics, you understand, is the study of distances between objects. Proximity, something is close, something is far. So there are 5 settings of the camera vis-a-vis the object that needs to be photographed, that needs to be shot. One is the extreme long shot. Now, the extreme long shot can be taken where the camera is half a kilometer away, from the object that is being shot. And therefore, most cases, you will find that the object is kind of reduced to total insignificance in an extreme long shot. That may be the intention, to show the person, the woman, the man, the thing, to be so insignificant vis-a-vis the giant scale of the natural world that surrounds it, is the object of the extreme long shot. The extreme long shot and its variation, the long shot, are also sometimes called as the establishment shot. This is, we are told in the very beginning of the film, is where the rest of the action will take place. So sometimes, through the film, we are brought back to that original establishment shot, which is in either extreme long shot or it is in long shot. Gita, this is where I'll request you to play the first clipping. And I'm very thankful, by the way, to Gita for having undertaken this trouble for me. And this is a scene from a film called The Speaker. And we recently had a, film making competition, short film, which is shot with the iPhone. And they were shown, and this was one of the films which I like. Some extremely brilliant films. Many of you probably are attending this morning's talk, very happy with the way you people have thought about cinema. And this is one thing that I'm talking about, which I want to demonstrate through this little clipping. The film is called The Speaker, and if I remember correctly, it is made by a gentleman called Karthik, and it is about a person who is mute and how he is struggling to create an identity in a world which is essentially, hostile, in a world which is unable to understand his predicament, his problem, and any kind of deviation from the normal is automatically treated as deformity. People are alien to his way of thinking. People are hurtful, and that is probably something which is, now you can see in the opening scene, that first of all, it is a tremendous achievement to be able to shoot this with a phone camera, and the fact is that it is, although I don't know the exact reasons why the filmmaker, he chose to use the extreme long shot here. First of all, such extreme long shots, if we want to take a kind of a progressive, yeah, that's it. I think, Gita, we're done here with this clipping. I'll just go around, talking about this shot, that he is he is trying to show the loneliness, the seeming insignificance of that person as perceived by someone outside, as perceived by the world, by using this extreme long shot. But here also we find that there is a change, when a kind of a mid shot of this boy who's the protagonist of the film is shown, and he's shown to be, quote unquote, talking. He's telling us as to what he finds is a problem with this world vis-a-vis him in it, as to people just don't understand. So there we find that he is kind of resurrecting a self, an identity out of the ashes of the world, or ashes of his own persona, of his identity, which the world has demolished, So in an extreme long shot, historical films use it, adventure films use it, epics, they use it a lot, in which the situation, the surrounding is more important than the individuals there, sort of playing their parts in it. So they use and it is somewhat strange, somewhat unusual for an extreme long shot of this nature, of this brilliant nature, let me also tell you, to feature in a film which lasts only for 5 minutes. I think it's quite commendable, because this one shot, it tells us the predicament of the protagonist, as well as how he would like to be seen. And when I saw this, I was immediately reminded of an internationally acclaimed film. The two scenes are entirely different from each other, but it automatically made me think of a scene, a very, very important scene from a very important film by a very important filmmaker called Abbas Kiarostami. He's an Iranian filmmaker, and wherein he's in one of his very famous films. It's called The Wind Will Carry Us. And in the end, there is a field. There is a long shot of a field filled with, swaying golden harvest. And there is this motor scooter, two-wheeler, which is going through a path within that the crops, within the field, and both seen as minuscule objects from very, very far. And here there is a central, very major character of a medical practitioner, of a doctor, and the filmmaker. They're together. And in response to the suggestion, when a scene like this automatically makes you think of the afterlife, that the other person tells him that I believe life is better on the other side. That means, beyond death, life beyond death is much better than life in the here and now. And he replies, the doctor, the medical practitioner, he replies, quoting a few lines from Omar Khayyam. Translation, I don't know if it is good or bad. It says something like, they promise us huris in heaven, but I would say wine is better. Take the present to the promise. A dream sounds melodious from a distance. Can we have that clipping now, Gita, please? And so what is it that makes you think of? And what is it that made me immediately think of this scene vis-a-vis that very, very short scene from purely the matter of international acclaim, an insignificant film made by a student, but this is what they were trying to do together, using the same means, that to introduce a philosophical element into the object of contemplation. Now that's a very important thing, which the extreme long shot can do. No matter if the lines of Omar Khayyam, I don't know if they've been translated not very well, but they reek of a kind of a toxic masculinity, the huris in heaven, your prize for being good in this world, and also I'm very full of patriarchy. The second one, Gita, we will not need now. We will need it a little later. We are done with the first. This we will need a little later when I tell you. This is, incidentally, it is also supposedly one of the best films ever made, by a very famous Werner Herzog. I don't know how many of you have seen the Jack Reacher film, the one, where he features as an actor, the maker of this film, internationally acclaimed. So this was about extreme long shot. And then we have a shorter version of this, basically performing the same function, which is a long shot. And then we have what? We have a full shot. The full shot is that distance between the object where the full human body vertically can be taken by and large. And then we have the mid shot. Now, the mid shot is the the waist upwards of a person. It can be a two shot when two people are being, captured by the camera at the same time. It is waist up. So it differs, from filmmaker to filmmaker. What may be a mid shot for one, maybe a long shot for the other. So these things are basic guidelines. Once you know the basics, then you can play around with them. So therefore, filmmakers, they try to sort of put their own stamp on the whatever thing that they're making, the process that they are creating. But basically, a mid shot is someone shot from waist upwards. And conversations are best recorded in mid shot. And it is mostly used for using conversation. There is, when a conversation between two people is being shown, we have the reverse shot thing. There are two cameras that are used from either side, and one is focused on, and then immediately the other person is speaking is focused on. It's called a reverse shot sequence. There are both, and then we have the close-up. In a close-up, the environment does not matter. The surroundings do not matter. Most often, the close-up is about the psychological truth of a situation, the psychological intensity, immensity in the person's life at that moment in time, which is taken by a close-up. It is only the face of that person. And the extreme close-up is the almost the last kind of short distance that we have, wherein even not the full face, but a part of the face, maybe the twitching of the face, the twitching of an eyebrow, to show disturbance or some kind of a turmoil in the life of the person so captured. So extreme close-up is very important. The surroundings, they do not matter at all. It is the person, the psychology that is more important. And then we have finally a kind of a deep focus shot, which is, as far as focal length is concerned, it's a long shot. But then it is shot using a wide angle lens, wherein even a long shot, which normally would not have as many details as possible, it has all the details because it is using a wide focus. So that kind of a thing where you can see deeply into a scene and yet have all its individual components marked out for us, it is also an important feature of filmmaking, which is called the deep focus shot. And then, of course, we have the next part of his movement. Now, the movement is something that cinema is all about. I mean, think of the words that we use for cinema: movies, moving pictures, right? These are used for motion pictures. These are terms which are used for cinema. So the very notion of kinetics, the very notion of movement, the speed or slowness of a movement is intrinsic to the very nature of cinema. And, I mean, sometimes there is no movement. That is deliberately done. The other day, in one of the talks, when there was a kind of an evaluation of the film shot with the iPhone was done, Mr. Faniraj, he put up an excellent point. He talks about just because you have access to sound, you don't have to keep on using it, which I thought was wonderful. Silence is so important. Silence is so important. So in a similar way, here, just because you have the ability to move, ability to record, ability to show motion, you should not always use motion. What it is called is just like there is a dichotomy, there is a kind of a situation, possible when you have silence as opposed to sound or noise. You can have a situation when there is stasis as opposed to dynamism. When something is static, it has its own psychological inner reality. When something is shown as dynamic, moving, it has its own kind of reality. It has its own kind of truth, and sometimes the psychology of the moment, the psychology of the situation, the psychology of the character involved is shown by using variations of motion possible there, and sometimes there is something which is called as faux movement. Faux, in the French, faux, F-A-U-X, means false movement. When there is no movement, it is like the zoom camera which you can do with it, There are two ways in which to approach a distant object in cinema. One is the tracking shot or the dolly shot, right? In which the camera is, carried over on tracks, and you gradually approach the object in a distance which you wish to shoot as a part of your reality, as a part of your truth. The other possibility is that without approaching it physically, you use a zoom lens and directly one scene you're here, the second scene you have zoomed in to that object of contemplation. There is a difference, and the difference is only psychological in nature. The suddenness of the impact, the psychological impact of the difference between object A and object B is brought forward much more effectively by the zoom shot vis-a-vis the tracking shot, but they have their uses, and the choice of whether to use one or the other depends on the filmmaker. And the tracking shot is also called the dolly shot, the camera, the contraption, the equipment on which the camera is carried is called a dolly. And then you have other equipment like the crane which is used in order to give a different perspective to what is being shot. When it is shot from top, the crane shot. We will come in a moment about to why do we use the crane shot? Just because we have a crane, it shows a certain, more universal aspect, something which may be of so great importance in a close-up becomes slightly more objectified and less intense as you go away and away, and it loses that kind of immediacy of the moment when you go up and shoot it from the top, like a bird's eye view, and you realize that we were making a big fuss about something which is essentially not much, So that kind of an overall view of things is called the bird's eye view or the crane shot. And now, of course, you have access to helicopters and you have access to planes from where you can shoot this kind of machine. And is there anywhere else where speed or motion can be manipulated? There's the freeze frame. And yet there are certain very, very important freeze frames, some very famous freeze frames in the history of cinema. Some of you may have seen the film Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, it's a Western, but it's a Western with a difference. It has a certain amount of depth. It goes from the typical early notion of the Western as basically a gunslinger kind of a movie. It has a certain history of two real characters. And there, when these two, played by Paul Newman and Robert Redford, I think, they are shown, going towards certain death at the end of the scene. There's no escaping. They both jump outside with their guns and they are frozen there as if for eternity. And how do you shoot a freeze frame? You shoot it again and again on the, the same scene is shot once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. The more you want the duration of the freeze frame. So this is the way in which movement is used. Movement is exploited, if I were to use that word, that that the filmmaker uses. And then also, there is this thing of the long take, the same single take is going on, going on, going on. Sometimes it becomes irritating. If the subject matter is not commensurate with the length of the shot that is taken in order to capture it, then it becomes boring. But if the subject matter is commensurate, if the vision that is brought close to us is of sufficient significance, of complexity, then a long take is that which is required, instead of cutting, instead of moving into something else. I forgot, I'll go back to editing. I've talked about Kuleshov and his experiment. I talked about, Vladimir Pudovkin. I talked about Sergei Eisenstein. But this whole classical notion of editing, from which mainstream cinema, which arose in the Hollywood of 1910, 15, 20s, is because of a man called D.W. Griffith. And his magnum opus is a film called The Birth of a Nation. I would not go into the politics of that film, which is doubtful, which is questionable. But the fact is that he's the one who perfected this whole notion of classical cutting. There is this classical cutting business wherein the reality, the normal reality is constructed. For a simple reason, let me tell you that how it is done. If you want to show a woman leaving home or leaving office to come back home, either you can take, shoot this whole sequence taking about 45 minutes of your time, or it can be done in 5 cuts, that she is entering the lift, then she's walking in the lobby, she goes to the car park, gets into her car, and then she approaches the locality where she stays, and then this thing is she gets home and hugs her baby there. In 5 scenes, which are there maybe 3 minutes and all, you can show a reality which which takes about 45 minutes to an hour. Now, this is something which we take for granted now, but the early days of cinema, we did not. And the person who taught us to do this was this person called D.W. Griffith. He also told us how to edit the chase by using something which is called as cross-cutting, that there's a horseman being chased by 5 horsemen. You take a shot of 1 and you take a shot of 5, you take a shot of 1, you take a shot of 5 and cut them one after the other. So we know the whole excitement of the situation. So all this was done by Griffith, and this is formed as classicist form of seamless editing, and that is what creates a reality. And so basically, once again, we come to what kind of film you want to make. You want to make a montage film, or you want to make a mise-en-scène film. You want to make an experimental, formalistic kind of film, or a realistic kind of film. So all these tools are available at your disposal,
Jayanto, this is all going in a very, very fascinating way. I hate to interrupt, but there are some very interesting questions in the chat box, which we may not have time to address because it's getting close to 2:50. So
Okay.
if you permit us, I'll ask Rashmi or Shaila to just summarize some of the questions in the chat box and tell them to you so that you can respond to the questions. What do you think, Jayanto?
I'll do that. I'll do that exactly. But I'll go on talking till that thing happens. This will take them a while, or is it already?
No, they are ready. They are ready.
Okay. Then I'll take the questions. And then I'll take briefly 5 minutes to finish what I was doing.
Sure. Rashmi, are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
These questions are from the comment stream, from the YouTube live stream. Shri Ragdharmalini Das asks, is the cinema of attractions necessarily formalist? I'll repeat the question again. Is the cinema of attractions necessarily formalist? There is another question by Nishant Pale. Why most of the art films use still shots? The second question is why most of the art films use still shots? For now, these are the questions. Thank you.
I didn't quite get the second one, Rashmi. What is why do most art films use what
still
shots?
shots. Still shots.
Still. Oh yeah.
Yeah, still shots.
If you use a free frame. Yeah. As for the first question, yes, the cinema of attractions is always formalist. Cinema of attractions is a term which was created by Sergei Eisenstein. He is known as the father of the formalist school of cinema, the most complex thing. And the kind of cinema that he wanted is not, he said that if you keep on shooting it in the realistic mode, it becomes like a play which is you're sitting in front of the screen and watching that play. Cinema is meant to do something else, something more, to be able to do something more. And that is done by this montage used very imaginatively, which creates attractions. A plus B is not AB, it is always C. There is a third thing, right? And you can cut into two entirely different objects, in order to show a reality. You can show a man who is very vain, likes his looks or his importance in life or whatever, and then you can intercut him with a wooden statue, a wooden toy of a peacock, which is supposed to be preening, and then finally arrive at your meaning in C is so that he's essentially a very silly person, who thinks that he is more important. So yes, the answer to that question is the cinema of attractions is always formalist. The second part, why do art films, if I've got it correctly, why do they use still so much? Art films, this whole thing of the parallel cinema movement, which are also called by art film, it is actually a kind of things that have emerged from two European schools of new cinema, Italian neo-realism, which produced a kind of cinema which was called the cinema verite or the cinema of truth. And then later on we had, or around the same time, a little earlier maybe, the French Nouvelle Vague, which is the new wave wherein reality was shown in a different way. For the simple reason, an art filmmaker would not just be satisfied in telling you a story as it really happened. He would like to add a certain amount of psychological intensity to whatever the truth that he was trying to tell you. And yes, for this reason, he will use the freeze frame much more than the realist, classicist, filmmaker of the everyday variety. I hope I've answered the questions.
Yeah.
So two more questions.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rashmi.
Please.
Yeah, Rachitra asks, what is the impact of duration of shots in documentary films? What is the impact of duration of shots in documentary films?
Okay. See, the duration of shots matter in a documentary film because your object is very clear. Your object, you may, even without realizing it, deviating from that object, the object always remains to show the truth, to tell you the truth. And therefore, to be able to view a certain object that you're contemplating as thoroughly from as many angles as possible, and therefore it is necessarily required, it is requisite that the shot length has to be longer. The short scenes where things are intercut very fast and diverse things, and the music helps and everything helps, and you sort of flit between one thing and the other, that is always for a kind of a psychological excitement of a kind of film by a filmmaker who's entirely different in an intention. But a documentary filmmaker would show you the objective truth. That is what he would want to do. And that is what he claims to do. Mind you, he doesn't always succeed in doing that. But that's something which is the subject matter of a different talk altogether. But yes, in order to be able to show you the objective truth, she will have to shoot the film in much longer scenes. Much more, the long takes will be taken. Much fewer cuts would be required, right? Much fewer elements which sort of artificially speed up the action would be required in a documentary.
Professor Dasgupta, there is another question on suggestion shots and their importance and why we need to shoot in a suggestion shot.
Why we need to, it depends on what kind of filmmaker you are, right? A suggestion shot is sometimes called the establishment shot, right? Because it's very simple as to, it's a kind of a scene a shot which will tell you that this is the thing, this is the situation, this is the person in whose life you, the viewer, are going to take a lot of interest in a short while from now. So there is the basic germ of an idea, the mere suggestion that things are about to happen to this person is why what is meant by a suggestion shot. A lot of people who believe in suggestion, a lot of filmmakers don't. They will suddenly bring you for an entirely different kind of an effect, upon a scene which is totally contrary to expectation. Here, a suggestion scene, if at all used, is used in a different intention altogether to shock you out of your sense of complacence, right? But otherwise, when it sort of happens as a way you expect to happen, it gives you a kind of satisfaction, it gives you a suggestion shot. I don't think it's that much of a requirement. I don't think that, but yes, establishment shot, yes, that this is, New York in the 19th century. And this is where the gangs of New York were operations. So time and again, you come back to those,
there is another interesting question here on how is the subjectivity of a filmmaker met with the subjectivity of a viewer while watching a film? What is lost and what's gained in the process? How much does this bind a filmmaker?
You see, the subjectivity of a filmmaker is an undeniable, inalienable right of that filmmaker to make that film whichever the hell way he wants to make it, right? But whether that subjectivity of the filmmaker matches with that of the viewer it differs from person to person, it differs from viewer to viewer, it differs from situation to situation, right? When the subjectivity of the filmmaker matches that of the viewer, it is a win-win situation. That person will love the film. That it's in that the film has been made for her, made for him. But when the subjectivity of the viewer caused by her or his life experiences, reading or whatever, it happens, then it will be different. And that will jar. If the filmmaker's subjectivity, it sort of opposes the worldview of the viewer in any way, it jars. It may jar you out of your sense of complacence. That's a positive, desirable outcome. But if it makes you angry, if it makes you frustrated, then it is an undesirable aspect of that. So there are both possibilities.
Yeah, the questions are done. Jayanto, you can have your last word.
Okay, I'll have a 5-minute last word. Huh?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
How long do I have, Nikhila?
It's just 3 o'clock. You can wind
5
up.
minutes. Okay, I'll take 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
See, another thing which is used, I was talking about the elements which the filmmaker has at her or his disposal. The other is lighting. Lighting is all about symbolism. You have 3 kinds of lighting. You have high key, you have high contrast, and you have low key. High key is that which is done in tragedies and, melodramas, and high contrast is when there is when the gap between brightly lit and dimly lit objects is done with the purpose to just take the story forward, to pass that is called a high contrast. And low key, when everything is taking place in a dim light, in a kind of something which gives you a sense of impending doom, is used for thrillers and mysteries of that kind. Sometimes a filmmaker of the brilliance, of the genius of Alfred Hitchcock can twist this around completely, turn it on its head. All the most gruesome murders and in the film of Hitchcock, they happen in the brightest of sunlight, you know. So when you are in a normal mystery film, you would know that there is a particular kind of music, and you approach a dimly lit dark space, that now something is going to happen. It doesn't happen like that at all in Hitchcock's films, you know. And then finally, we have this whole thing about narrative. Those of you who are used to sort of doing lit crit of some time, you know, a narrative always has a path. The outline of that, the line outline of that would be the kind of the witch's hat, you know. So first you have the exposition. Exposition is that, okay, this is the place, these are the people, this is the time, and now things are going to happen to these people. Nothing happens. The moment things begin to happen, you climb the path of rising action. And there is conflict of interest, conflicts of all kinds of things, till it reaches to some kind of a clash, and that is the crisis. After the crisis, this path is called the path of rising action. Exposition, path of rising action, then you have the crisis, then you have the path of the falling action, and finally you have the denouement, wherein everybody who had to die has died, everybody who had to fall in love has fallen in love, no matter what kind of film. So things have acquired a kind of a stasis, a kind of a status quo once again. That is the path of a film, you know, the narrative part of the film. Understandably, a film ought to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. You know, an experimental film may dispose with that requirement completely, but it ought to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. But as Godard, I think it was Godard who pointed out in his own inimitable manner that it should have a beginning, a middle, and end, but not necessarily in that order. So once again, that was a kind of filmmaker which Godard was. It all depends on how you want to make your film, depending on what kind of filmmaker you think you are. And that's sort of, I will leave you here. And basically, I mean, finally, all this is going to lead to your being able to write a film review, which will be able to do some justice to the thing that you are viewing. And as I said, and as I think I have been able to very small way, been able to understand that you ought to be able to understand films in all their totality in order to write, you know, a film, in the sense that reviews about a film. It is not enough to say bakwas film. You know? that is what we say when we come out of the hall and we say to a companion. But then you have to be able to define as to why it was bakwas. And finally, there are 4 things which you must be equipped with in order to write a review: a condensed plot summary, then you have to have some background information, then you have to have some arguments which are articulated properly, and finally your evaluation. That will give you the film review that you're looking for. Thank you. It's a pleasure being with you. Thank you, everyone.
Jayanto, that was wonderful. Geeta, you want to come in?
Nikhila, Nikhila, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to check with Jayanto if he wants to quickly show that other clip that he intended showing.
I would love it, but is there time? I would love it. It's my favorite scene from cinema. Okay.
You can show a very small part of it.
Yeah.
That's okay, Nikhila?
Yeah. Go ahead, Geeta.
Oh, I love this film. You know, while the clipping is on, I will go on talking to tell you why I like it so much. And
I don't know what's happened.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
I'm
matter.
sorry.
No problem. I'll just briefly tell you about this film. It is. It's okay. It's okay, Gita. It doesn't matter at all. It's fine. No, it's okay. They got an
I don't
idea.
know how.
It doesn't matter. And at least I get to talk for 2 minutes more.
Right?
I'll just tell you that this film is one of the greatest films of all time. It's called Aguirre, the Wrath of God. It's about a time when the Spanish conquistadores, they conquered the Spanish Latin America. And here, this film, with its very, very precipitous hills and this arduous journey of people, packs of mules, cannons and men and women and horses, they all climbing down and climbing up such hazardous tracks they are going towards the establishment, of the previous quote unquote owners of that civilization, the Incas, and they devastate it and they bring sort of the Europe into prominence in South America for the first time. And here what I'm saying is that in order to create good cinema, in order to understand cinema better, you ought to have a knowledge of the world, which is given to you by your reading, by your exposure to life, as it were, and your understanding of the situation becomes much more when you realize that these hills are the hills of Machu Picchu. And this famous poet, Pablo Neruda, who has in his poem, The Heights of Machu Picchu, he talks about he goes there when he's disillusioned with his life, he's fallen, he's rejected in love, when he's not finding any meaning in his life, he goes and finds the ruins of the people who once ruled this place much before the coming of the conquistadores, and he realizes in the end that their life was as meaningless as your own, brother. So smile, it is perfectly all right, So we have to have a knowledge of the world in order to understand cinema. We have to have a knowledge of the world to create good cinema. That's where I will leave you today. Wonderful being with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jayant Das Gupta, for this wonderful opening session, establishing to all of us who are listening what cinema is and exhorting us to pay serious attention to various formal aspects of cinema, aesthetic aspects of cinema. Thank you very much. Without much ado, I will now go to the second speaker, Sanjay Kumar. Dr. Sanjay Kumar has been teaching at the Department of French and Francophone Studies, the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. Again, he's a person of many accomplishments. So you will kind of get acquainted with his scholarship today in his presentation. You've already been seen the resume, the longer bio note that has been circulated. So I will not take much time to introduce him. Over to you, Sanjay Kumar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nikhila, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'm not going into that much of technicalities which I cannot handle. I'll talk about the story, how it unfolds in a film. So am I clear? The voice is clear?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. So what does the title of this talk signify? Even small children like stories, and even a 3-year-old child is capable of grasping the basic content of an audiovisual medium. So you may ask whether we really require any training to understand a film. And yet, when someone asks you about the film you have just watched, you don't go beyond expressing your simple likes and dislikes and delivering a few sentences about the subject, the acting, and the music of the film. But all that doesn't suffice to write a film review or discuss it with your friends in a comprehensive way. Why does it happen? Because most of us who watch films for enjoyment focus on the content of the story rather than the way the story unfolds. We have to distinguish between the story and the plot. Now, there are some technical terms which I am deliberately avoiding. For example, we say sujet, we use discourse, we use all those terms. And the terms given by Gerard Genet, who is a narratologist. The story is the actual sequence of events as they happen, whereas the plot is how those events are ordered and presented before us as narrative. The story starts at the beginning and follows a chronological order without leaving any gap. But the same story can be arranged in any way and can begin even in the middle using flashback or flash forward, moving back and forth. So you already heard of Jean-Luc Godard, the renowned French filmmaker, when he was asked whether a movie should have beginning, middle, or end, he replied yes, but not necessarily in the same order. So you have to get interested in the business of narrative, how the story is arranged or ordered or structured. James Monaco says in his celebrated book, How to Read a Film, that media so very closely mimic reality, we apprehend them much more easily than we comprehend them. So what is the difference between the two terms? To apprehend here means to become aware of, to perceive, and to comprehend means to grasp the nature, significance, or meaning of. So our objective should be to comprehend rather than just apprehend, which is to remain at elementary level of watching a film. Now, how do we cross this threshold? We need some intellectual exercise for this. This exercise doesn't snatch away your enjoyment. On the contrary, it leads to the maximization of your satisfaction. It enables us to see what innocent viewers often miss. So let us begin with the title. Rather than watching movies passively, we have to be an active viewer. Our reflections start with the title of the film. There is already an anticipation what the film is about. Finally, the film may satisfy our expectations or frustrate them. It can be even ironic in the sense that it presents the opposite of what it claims evidently in the title. Once we have seen the film completely, we can come back and think about the significance of the title. Does it have relation with the theme or character? Photograph, for example, a recently released Hindi film starts with the photograph of the female protagonist taken by the male protagonist. That is the key moment which triggers the rest of the story. We can also think of the title being translated for a different audience or the international market. The Italian film Ladri di Biciclette, which could be literally translated as bicycle thieves, was known in the US as The Bicycle Thief. The original title is in plural, whereas the English translation makes it singular. In the film, the bicycle of the protagonist is stolen, which justifies the English translation. But the protagonist, after having failed to get his bicycle recovered, ultimately tries to steal a bicycle in frustration. Then he himself becomes a thief. The original title refers to this fact, whereas the translation refers to one thief. So the interpretation changes according to different titles. Now I will talk about the beginning and the end of the film. The expository scenes set the tone of the film and may give some idea how the rest of the story is going to unfold. We have to be immediately conscious of time and space. Does it talk of present, past, or future? What is the time of the day? How is the physical environment? Is it an open space or closed space? What is the relation between characters and their surroundings? The function of the expository scene is to inform the spectator what happened before, if the narrative is starting in the middle of the action, which is called in media res. Exposition makes us aware of the sentiments of the principal characters and their plans. So a part of exposition is oriented towards past and another towards future. It also establishes the relationship between different characters. Slowly, you may see emerging a conflict which will be addressed by the action of main characters. This conflict, which is at the heart of the drama, can be of two types: internal and external. The conflict may exist in the mind, in the thought process of the character, or they are in conflict with their surroundings. We have to check whether the protagonists are present in the opening scenes or only minor characters occupy the narrative in the beginning. If they are present, we know them through their appearance, gestures, speech, or their interaction with other characters and the surroundings. If they are not present, they may be introduced through the judgment of minor characters. There is always a reason for the presence or the absence of characters in a scene. Which character is present and which one is absent at a particular point in the film is a part of the narrative strategy of the writer or director of the film. And characters do not dominate only through their presence, but also through their absence. Sometimes an air of mystery and aura is created to prepare for the eventual appearance of the protagonist or a minor character. As a viewer, we have to be active in thinking about the reason, which can be conscious or unconscious. What if this character appears at another point? Will it change anything in the way we receive the film? Here, the film reviewer is thinking about the film from the point of view of reception. Thus, the expository sequence can have chiefly three functions: to move forward the narrative, to arouse the interest of the public, and to inform them. Now you will see that there is a tension between the last two functions, arousing the interest and informing the audience. If too much information is given, then the director cannot maintain the interest of the public. So only a limited information is furnished so that it generates the interest, but doesn't spoil the fun of going through the rest of the story. What the director does also applies here to the writer of the film review. A film reviewer should not kill the suspense by providing vital information. Foreshadowing is a literary device by which the writer or director gives hint of what is going to happen. It builds anticipation and thus may create dramatic tension. Foreshadowing can be done through different means: dialogues, for example, events, or even title of the film. Other than considering time and space, presence of the characters and their dialogues in the scene, it is also important to see objects in the setting. There is a dramatic principle commonly known as Chekhov's gun, which says that every element in a story is necessary. Whatever is superfluous must be removed from the scene. The term is known after the Russian dramatist Chekhov, who has mentioned it in several of his letters. In one of his letters, he says, remove everything that has no relevance to the story. If you say in the first chapter that there is a rifle hanging on the wall, in the second or third chapter, it absolutely must go off. If it's not going to be fired, it shouldn't be hanging there. That's why it's an imperative to see details in the film. Just as we pay attention to the details in the beginning of the film, we have to reflect on the ending, which is called excipit in Latin. The beginning is known as incipit. So several types of endings or excipit are possible in a film. like dramatic ending, and exkeep it with moral or philosophical values, exkeep it without conclusion or open ending. This term exkeep it is also known as explicit. Do we see any evolution in the character? How is the final situation different from the initial situation? What kind of progression do we see? How is the conflict resolved? All these questions we have to answer. We have to ask. Now, what is the role of camera? In many ways, watching a film is like watching a play on the stage. But the medium of film can vary distance and angle from the staged action. So it can make an object, a space, or a character closer to our eyes, or make them distant from you. Close-up of objects functions symbolically in the narrative to increase the emotional involvement. The same action can be shown from different positions or angles of the camera. We use the term mise en scène for everything placed before camera. It's a French word which literally means placing on stage. The elements covered by mise en scène are setting, props, costumes, performance, lighting, and color. And finally, how these visuals content are arranged. Framing refers to the edge of the shot. So it determines what will be included and what will be excluded. Editing process involves the cutting and the assembling of the scenes, which in turn will decide the tempo of the film. Scenes can be long and drawn out or short. They create different impact on the spectators. Diegetic sound is the sound emanating from the world within the film, which can include dialogue, sounds of objects, music coming from radio or television, or background noise. All of these sounds can be heard by the characters. On the other hand, there are sounds added at the editing stage meant only for the people watching. The music works in tandem with the visual content. So what can be, in that case, the strategies while watching? In order to be a good viewer, it is important to consider all the points discussed so far and a few more. So we have the famous statement from Vladimir Nabokov from one of his lectures. He was a Russian-born American writer who says, good readers are rereaders. One should notice and fondle details. I believe these suggestions are equally valid for film enthusiasts interested in holding discussions around films or aspiring to write film review. We must watch the film at least twice before discussing or writing about it. While watching the film, we should have a pen to note down important details. Then pausing the film from time to time, particularly in the second viewing, helps a lot in grasping various elements of scenes. Sometimes a careful observation of background reveals interesting facts which can contribute in interpreting the film. It pays a lot to look for repetitions, whether in dialogue or song or music or camera technique. Then we have to see whether any pattern emerges out of them and what light they throw on the narrative. In case of films made after novels or short stories, there is a scope of comparing the cinematic adaptation with the literary text. We have to see what the film says about the social context and the period in which it was made. What are the themes we can identify in the film? What imageries or symbols have been used to tell the story? Whose point of view does the film present? How do these choices affect the narrative? An active viewer should ask all these questions. no artistic medium reflects the reality of the world in an objective way. Behind every film, there is a scriptwriter and the filmmaker, and along with them, a whole team. So a film presents a perspective to the viewer. That is why, as a spectator, we have to be critical and not just accept everything as offered to us like a consumer. Now, here, I would request Nikhila to play some clippings. We will have 4 clippings. So this is a Sri Lankan film, short film written and directed by Upali Gamla. Let us concentrate on the following points here. Landscape, how the characters and their concerns are presented, foreshadowing, and repetition in the dialogue.
Okay, I'm just starting the film.
Yes, Nikhila. Thank you.
கோச்சி படம்.
கோச்சியா?
அது கோச்சி வார காலத்தில் இருந்தது.
இப்போ கோச்சி வார காலம் இல்லையா?
இனி வராது.
ராசா ராசா ஆ
எங்க போன நீ? அங்க இங்க போக வேண்டாம், பெடியால் பிடிச்சிட்டு போவாங்க. என்னோட கூட மாட வேலையை செய்.
அம்மா, கோச்சி எப்படி இருக்கும்?
ஏன்
சொல்லுங்களேன்.
பஸ் போலின்ல அடுக்கி இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஆமட்கார் போல இரும்பு ரோதை இருக்கும். தனி இரும்பால செய்திருக்கும். நிறைய சனம் அதுல போகலாம்.
கோச்சில போறது ஆமிக்காரங்களா?
இல்ல,
ஆமட்கார்ல போறது ஆமிக்காரங்க தானே.
கோச்சில எல்லாரும் போகலாம்.
சின்ன பிள்ளையிலும் பயம் இல்லையா?
கோச்சி இனி வராது. சத்தம் போடாம வேலையை செய். இது என்ன புதினம்?
அப்படி என்றால்
எனக்கும் ஞாபகம் இல்லை. நீ இந்த வேலையை செய் ஒருக்கா சொன்னந்தானே, கோச்சு வராதண்டு.
I have just stopped it here. Is
Yeah,
that
thank
fine?
you.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So in the opening sequence, there is a close-up showing the sign of a train. A child standing puzzled in front of it asks a man on the crutches about this sign. It is obvious that the child has never heard of or seen a train in his life. They are in the area where the landscape is dominated by trees. The man says that the train will come again, will not come again. Just like the child, The spectators also stay puzzled why the train will not come again. So the scene generates some interest to watch the rest of the narrative. At this point of time, the child responds to a call by the woman who is shouting Rasa, the name of the child. The woman scolds the child for roaming around that place, which seemed to be dangerous, because she says, they will kidnap you. This statement further builds up the tension. Who will kidnap? Who will kidnap him? The spectator is searching for the answer. In the sequence, we also come to know that the woman is the mother of the child because he addresses her as Amma. Now, the mother describes the train in a curiously fascinating way. Like a line of buses kept together with iron wheels, like an armored car, iron alone. Many people can travel in that. We do not fail to notice the smile and the nostalgic expression on the face of the mother as the close-up shows. She is trying to present the notion of a train through the lived experience of the child. The reference to buses is quite clear, but why does she refer to armored car? It constitutes the everyday experience of the child. We come to know that he is quite familiar with the army people. The mother asked Rasa to mind his own business and not think too much about the train because it will not come again. That rings a familiar note. This is exactly what we have heard earlier from the man. But the child has a fertile imagination and he's not ready to forgo the idea of the train. We see him drawing several trains of his imagination which look like tanks. The mother repeats, the train is not coming now. Within 3 minutes, we have heard this statement 3 times, once from the man and twice from the woman. We will hear it 4th time from the army man. What does that repetition mean? Every time we hear this sentence, we see the sadness on the face of the speakers. It presents a general sense of despair which has overwhelmed the elderly people. By the expression on the face of the child, we assume that he hasn't given up and is still wondering about the train. The camera chooses to follow him rather than the mother. Ironically, at the moment when we hear that the train is not coming, the non-diegetic sound presents the sound of a train. By now, the narrative has presented the setting, the protagonist Rasa, his relation with other characters, and the central problem which occupies his mind. What does the train look like and why it will not come again? The opening sequence also foreshadows by hinting at the kidnapping of children in this area. So now we will go to the next clipping.
Sure.
Yeah. And here we have to pay attention to the way army man enters the frame.
ஏய் முகத்தை கரானே என்ன செய்யறது
கோச்சி
என்ன கோச்சு கோச்சு வருவதில்லை போ 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 இப்போ கேம் சைட்டுக்கு பறக்குதாது சொல்லும் தெரியல
I'll stop sharing it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So now the child is lost in his thought and doesn't bother about the arrival of an army man. The position of the camera is so low that we can see only the marching feet with high leather boots entering the frame from our side. Boots appear so immense that they occupy almost half of the frame. Against the diegetic sound of boots run parallel the non-diegetic sound of the train. The first represents the objective surrounding of Rasa and the second his subjective world of thoughts. Even after the army man comes very close and addresses him, he shows no sign of fear, which means he has seen army personnel several times and he's not scared of them. We come to know here that it is camp area and children are not supposed to come here. However, the camera doesn't show the face of the army man. This is the choice of the filmmaker. We can think of the child decides to follow the damaged track. So now we come to the third clipping.
Okay, I'll play the third.
Yeah. And now here we will see the position of the camera and the gigantic shoe, the boot.
Is that fine?
Yes, thank you. That's exactly there. So then we see a leather boot lying abandoned near the track, which is so gigantic in appearance that it occupies almost 1/3 of the frame. And it has covered completely the child walking towards it. The effect is created by keeping the position of the camera very low at the level of the ground. The child emerges from behind the boot, observes it, and kicks it. His feet with flip-flops are clearly visible. We will come back to the motif of footwear later in our analysis. Then he decides to pick the boot up and carry it with him along the broken track. Then we will come to the last clipping of this presentation. Yes.
I'll share this.
Yes. In this clip, let us see how flowers are presented vis-a-vis different characters. The child, the army man, or the mother. And towards the end, the jerky movement of the camera and music. Thank you.
Rasa? 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 Rasa?
Shall I pause?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
The child comes to a damaged bridge, which might have been caused by explosion. He throws the boot in the river, but it comes back, the boot comes back to the bank as if it didn't want to go away. While coming back, Rasa plucks a flower amidst the chirping of birds, which may signify his adoption of beauty and peace. At this very time, we hear a pleasant music, which may be assumed as diegetic, though we don't know about the source of this music, yet it is precisely at this point that the child runs away. Immediately after this, we see the three militants in camouflaged uniform marching menacingly towards us. The camera shows us the crushing of flowers by high boots of militants, which is in contrast with the child's love for flowers. The next sequence presents the desperation of the mother through a swift, shaky movement of camera before finally focusing on abandoned flip-flops of her child. After this, there is a close-up of the crying face of the mother accompanied by a non-diegetic melancholic music. She is holding a flower crushed by the boot in the background of a thorny tree. The spectators understand that the child has been kidnapped by militants, though the camera doesn't show the act of kidnapping. This editing is smartly done to leave a gap in the narrative to be filled by the spectators. An epilogue presents a statement of UNICEF. I quote, during the existing ceasefire agreement in Sri Lanka up to 31st October 2004, the child conscriptions soldiers by the LTT was recorded as 3,516. So we get the full context of civil war in Sri Lanka by the end of the film. This is the story of the plight of a child caught in a conflict zone where he finds the army on one side and the militants on another. Where is his playground? Where does he go? This is just a short film of 10 minutes, 53 seconds. In a full-length feature film, there will be a lot of issues to discuss. In the end, I leave you to some exercise for building a synthesis of the film by watching it again and, at leisure by focusing on certain things. So all close-up shots can be studied to see the effect they produce. The soundtrack can be juxtaposed with their concomitant visual contents to observe the emotional impact. By contextualizing, one can study the themes of childhood, civil war, and so on. It is possible to study the motif of footwear by focusing exclusively on the scenes with footwear. For example, the flip-flops of Rasa in the beginning, boots of the army man, the abandoned single boot near the track, it's being thrown in the river, boots of militants, and finally, the abandoned flip-flops of Rasa. The motif of train is not less dominant. What does it mean to say that the train will not come? And how is the title related to the content of the film? Whose perspective does the film present? With all these questions to ponder over, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, for this very, very lucid and also this kind of hand holding, of the students while watching how a film unfolds. What do they have to look out for? What is it that they have to pay attention to? What are the elements of the story which unfold on the screen and how they are presented? I think Rashmi now will be sharing some of the questions on the chat box. Rashmi, do you want to come in?
There aren't any questions at this point in time, except for someone called Amu is asking about different types of narrative in cinema.
Yeah. So, as you know, different types of narratives, they are the same narratives which can be also used in literature. So, for example, you have the what we call omniscient narrator, where he knows or she knows everything in the story, including even the mind, what is happening in the mind of the characters. Now, there are narrators who take the position of one character only, and from that point of view, they present all other characters. So we have access as a reader to the thought process of this narrator, and also objectively whatever is observed by this narrator.
Any more questions? Anyone who wants to ask their questions, please do so immediately. I'll, in the meanwhile, check the chat box over here.
It can be completely first-person narration. So in that case, we know the thought process of the narrator, and it is autobiographical in nature. In some of the narratives, there is a voiceover. So whatever is happening, whatever is going on in front of you, there is a commentary going on. So that is, yes.
Another question here, as a reviewer, how do we stop ourselves from over-analyzing?
Yeah, actually, see, what we have done here is like, you may think that we are over-analyzing. But first of all, we have to analyze the film, but there is no need. There is no need to include in your review everything. First of all, the process is to understand, is for ourselves. And then what do we feel necessary? As you know, that as a reviewer also, we have two functions. First, to generate some interest in the film. If you really think that the film is worth watching, then we have to generate the interest. And at the same time, we have to give certain information, but not all the information, because there are certain things if you reveal, for example, who killed, who is the murderer, or what happens in the end, all these things you cannot give in the film review. But it is important to analyze in a very minute way as a film reviewer, as a serious viewer of the film. And then whatever you consider as important, you can keep in your review. The rest of the things are only for yourself.
Rashmi, is that all?
More questions? Importance of color in cinema. Something, I mean, they're giving half sentences here. Though Falguni Dutia asks, what would you like to see more in Indian movies? More representation, more experimental genres, more exposure on the world platform?
Well, it depends. See, we have mimesis and diegesis. You see, what is mimesis is that mostly the representation. In a very common everyday language, we say showing. There are two things in the narrative, showing and telling. Mimesis and diegesis. Mimesis is the representation, like the reality is staged in front of you. And the diegesis is the narration part. So again, what kind of film you are making, mostly see the films are supposed to show maximum. It's not a novel. So even if when there is an adaptation of the novel into a film, you will see that many of the things which are just described, they are present, they are shown. So for example, if you see Ghare Baire of Satyajit Ray, and then you have what is called The Home and the World, the novel written by Tagore and then again depicted in the film by Satyajit Ray, that the descriptions, they appear, what you might have read in one page can appear in front of you within 1 second. But how much effort the filmmaker has to make in order to create that setting, that's and again the question of color, well, how you are using the color. Let us say in the film Hunshi Lal, that the two colors, the black and red, they have been used immensely in the film, throughout the film. So obviously, yeah.
No, there's another question here on
Okay,
critical
okay.
appreciation. Sri Lakshmi is asking, is critical appreciation different from a review? If yes, should it be more polite? How do you stay unbiased? There's also another question on the bias. How do we keep our inevitable biases in check while reviewing a film?
Yeah, a critical appreciation, of course, critical, you have to, as a viewer, you have to be critical. Again, but when you are reviewing a film, it is up to you, what are the elements you are selecting for the reader. But the critical spirit is always very important, because you cannot see the film just as a consumer. So what is the politics behind the film? For example, you see this film, Sri Lankan film, it presents a certain point of view. It doesn't present the point of view of the militants, for example. What are the problems of LTTE? What, their perspective, it doesn't present. So there is always a bias. Okay. Now that is the viewer has to see that, and we have to understand that where is that, what is that kind of perspective which is being presented in front of us. And what else was there? I forgot. And related to this,
how do you keep your biases in check?
Your biases means as a film reviewer. Okay, as a film reviewer, well, I will say that, finally, our subjective judgments, finally they will come out in the film. I have seen many reviews, sometimes they completely dismiss a film, and then they become a big hit, the people appreciate. Sometimes the film reviewers, they praise a lot, and nobody likes that film. So your how to check that, again, I will say that, focus on the narrative, that how the things are presented in the film from within. Can you give arguments from within? So for example, the short film which we saw, look at the dominance of the boot, and that shows the power of the boot over the child, over the surrounding. How can it occupy such a space in the frame? So finally, your bias, I will say, nobody can get rid of one's bias. But if we focus more on, the elements which are within the film, we will be able to check our bias and give evidences, because you see, if you are arguing, then we have to give evidences from within the film.
There is another question here, and Anup Sharma is asking, how justified is it to compare source material to its film adaptation, especially in terms of novels and other short stories or things like that?
Yeah. So these are two different media actually. The novel, so many things, that writers, they describe. Sometimes they also tell about the backstory. All those things are there. And ultimately, the writer, what the filmmaker, what he or she selects, how to that is up to the choice of the filmmaker. And since these two media are completely different, I don't think there will be a complete, adaptation in the sense that a faithful copy, a faithful representation of the novel. And I don't see any requirement for that. Also, some kind of liberty will always be taken by the filmmaker, and that is justified also, because you will see what a writer can do with pen is different from what a filmmaker can do with camera.
Rashmi, another couple of questions, I think.
Yeah, there are. I was thinking, should I summarize the whole thing?
Yeah, you can just give the two
Yeah.
questions in summary form
Yes.
to Sanjay Kumar.
Yeah. So how would it affect the experience of film viewing if we continuously pause to watch it? One question. And then, can you do a film review without disclosing the characters in it? Or how important it is to disclose them?
So, first of all, as I told you that, people watch films for enjoyment also. So obviously in that case, there is no point in, pausing at different moments and then observing what is there in the setting and analyzing and thinking and making notes. These are the things only required for either for the film reviewers or the people who want to analyze or they want to write critically on the films. So if you are watching just for enjoyment, there is nobody is asking you to make those notes and all that. It is only for the serious viewers. So, and I don't think that it spoils the fun. Now, once you start doing it, just like reading a novel twice. Okay, when you read a novel twice, you discover that the second time you are reading a new novel. You feel like that. Again, when you are watching the film second time, you will feel that you are watching a, if not completely new film, there are so many things which you ignored in the first viewing, you will find. So that is why it is said that, that two people never read the same book and you never read the same book twice. That also applies to the film. When you are watching the film second time, you will notice certain things which you missed in the first. If you are just watching for enjoyment, just go ahead with enjoyment. No need to pause. Okay. Then there was one question about the characters, whether to reveal. If it is so important, there is a suspense about it. So, for example, character who is looking very innocent, and later on we find him to be a murderer. That those kinds of things, obviously, a film reviewer should not reveal. You cannot reveal. How to sustain the interest of the public. So, if you reveal, Bahubali, Katappa, he killed Bahubali. Why did he kill? And because you want to know why did he kill, you want to see again, Bahubali 2. So if you tell why did he kill, then there is no fun and nobody is going to watch your second part of the film. Okay, so that is, you have to be very judicious in revealing the information about the characters.
So there is a question here asking for more suggestions and references. Any book recommendations to develop a vocabulary for film criticism?
Yeah, I like, yes, thank you very much. I like particularly James Monaco's book, How to Read a Film. That's my favorite book. Otherwise, there are so many. James Monaco, Monaco is Monaco. Otherwise, one film, one book which I like particularly is Studying Film. Studying film is more about the developing the vocabulary. It is written by Nathan Abram. It is Nathan, Nathan. So if you type on internet, you will get it. This is published in 2001 by Oxford University Press. Studying film. Okay, this is more about the vocabulary, and particularly if you don't have time, just go to chapter 6. That is the language of film. Okay. There is another chapter in James Monaco's book also, the language of film. Okay, that is again the third chapter of the book, which is very interesting. And there are so many, in fact, but I'm telling you the books which I like most. Also, there is one, What is Film Theory? It is by Richard Ruston and Gary Bettinson. What is film theory?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, please. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is that all, Rashmi?
Yes, that's all here.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, for the wonderful presentation and also for patiently responding to the questions. Thank you very much. We now move.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Nikhila. I just thanked Nikhila and Rashmi also for providing me questions to answer. So thank you very much and wish you all the best for the next session. I'll be here.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We now move to the next session. The speaker for the next session is Professor Tarkeshwar VB. He teaches in the Department of Translation Studies, the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. Over to you, Tarkeshwar.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So it was interesting to listen to the earlier two speakers who had we have already spoken about how to look at the film. Mainly, Das Gupta has spoken about understanding the film through. Vijay Kumar Borati, can you mute yourself? Sorry. So, how to look at the film by analyzing the shots. How shots, film shots, the camera shots produce meaning. And Sanjay Kumar has spoken about how to analyze the narrative, the plot structure. The focus of my talk is going to be about how to write a film review. So I will not be talking about how to analyze a film, but once you have seen the film, hopefully you have also analyzed the film. Whether seeing the film and analyzing the film, whether they are one and the same or two different things, that we will discuss later. But generally, once you understood how do we write about it, is what I am going to focus on. I don't have to talk to you about what is a film. Others have already spoken to you about it. It's basically a movement of images In other words, you can also call it as a visual narrative. Visual narrative of an event visual narrative of an event or a mood or a theme or an issue or a life, a slice of life or a movement or an historical period, or simply the narrative could be exploring a concept. Now the question is, if that is what a film is, a visual narrative about a mood, a theme, an issue, a life, a concept, a period, a movement, why should we review it? As Sanjay was saying, Professor Sanjay was saying, the films are meant to be watched and enjoyed. Then why write about that experience? If it is an aesthetic experience of watching a movie, then why should we commit our experience to language? Why should we write about our experience of watching a movie? Then the question is, okay, we are writing so that we still remember it, because our memory is very fickle, we will not be able to recall it later. So you better write it down. So for our own sake, you might be writing it down. Or we are writing it for somebody else. Are we addressing somebody through this writing? That if somebody else is going to read or listen to what we are saying about a particular film. So who would write about a film? This is another important question. So why we need to write, then for whom we are writing, and why should we write? Of course, film studies scholars are scholars who use film as their source material. They write about the film because that is their work to do. Or a professional reviewer who has been paid for it, so they will be doing it. Or somebody who is working as a judge in a competition, a film competition, somebody who is judging in awards, a jury, they have to write about film, or they have to commit to writing what their experience of the film is. So in that sense, why are we writing? Are we writing because we are scholars, we are forced to look at a film and then study it? Or I'm a judge, so I need to write about a film? Or somebody has asked me to look at this film, whether it's worth taking on a particular OTT platform, because now the OTT platforms are the buyers of the films in a way, consumers of the film before it reaches the viewers. So before judging whether a film should be taken in or not, they might take the opinion of the critics, reviewers. So they are asking me to review a film before it is shown to the audience in their platform. So why am I writing? So a writing about a film, if you are calling that as the review of a film, it might have several functions. So what I am going to do today is I give a kind of taxonomy of the functions of the film review. What functions the film performs. Then I will try to look at the anatomy of the film review. So what does it contain? What all it could contain? So that would be the anatomy of the film review. Then in the third stage, I will focus on some of the issues related to film review. Okay, let us look at the functions of the film review. As I said earlier, sharing the aesthetic experience, the idea, the theme, the issue, the story, that knowledge that you get out of watching a film. So it is to share. Then the question is, with whom? With others. Who are these others? Your friends, family members, or anyone else? If you are not writing the experience, and it is to document your own experience, your own memory, which could be fleeting, so that you are documenting it for your own future reference or for posterity, somebody else, or as I said, as a kind of feedback to the filmmakers. Some filmmaker has asked you to watch the movie, and after watching the movie, you're trying to give a kind of feedback to them, or feedback to the consumers in other consumers in general. In OTT platforms, if you're watching the films, then after watching the film, they ask you to review it. And when you before watching the movie, you can also see the review from other viewers. And even if you're searching for a film on Google, Google shows you, and then on the right side, it also gives what others have said about it. And it will also ask you, if you've seen this movie, then write something about it. Are you trying to communicate to other consumers, other viewers in general? Or are you going to write in your blog? And already you have certain viewers about in your blog, they follow your blog. Or you write in your Facebook post and you have your own followers there. Or if you're writing a column in a magazine or in a journal or a newspaper, they have their own readers. So for whom we are writing the film review is also important. And if you're doing it as a professional, not as a kind of amateur who writes on Facebook or a blog, but if you're writing as a professional, are you writing for a newspaper? Are you writing for a web portal? Are you writing for a magazine? Are you paid for it? Are you generally writing for it? Or when I said you're paid for it, paid by the portal or the magazine, not by the filmmakers. That would be a kind of paid review, where the filmmakers, in order to promote their film, pay a certain money to you and ask you to write about their film in a favorable way. I'm not talking about that kind of paid review. And then, as I said, you might be writing it for a OTT platform as a distributor, or you might be writing it to judge it, evaluate it, whether it's good or bad. And most of the time, most of the reviews that we come across in OTT platforms or on Google or even in other Rotten Tomato and other platforms is simply in terms of the stars. You don't have to think anything about it after watching the movie. You press the stars, whether 5-star or 4-star or 3-star or 2-star. It's up to you. So are we trying to judge how good is the movie is, or how bad the movie is? Or are we trying to write this film review as a kind of cultural critic? That is, we are trying to shape the aesthetics in the public domain. For example, if I'm a film critic writing in Kannada, I'm trying to tell the other Kannadigas, the speakers of that language, what are the good films in this language? What is worth watching? What is not worth watching? So, kind of canon formation through the film review. Are we trying to attempt that? Trying to pick out certain things and then glean out other films as not worth retaining in our memory. So committing to writing about a film is also about trying to forget certain movies and then trying to retain certain movies in the collective memory. So where we are acting as a cultural critic, or sometimes we might be simply acting as political activist, discussing the politics of the aesthetics of the film. Okay, this is the politics of this film. This is the politics of this film. This film is anti this. This film is pro this. So as a political activist, also we might be writing about the film. So these are kind of different functions a film review can perform. And if you look around you, you might find all these kind of functions being performed in various platforms by various people. In your Facebook, in your WhatsApp forwards, in OTT platforms, in Google search, or in Rotten Tomatoes. Anywhere you can find, you can make a comment on it. Or even YouTube, if it is uploaded in YouTube, people will comment on it. So these are the various functions that the film review performs. Depending on who you are, why you are performing it, will dictate what you should do. So this is about the taxonomy of the film review. Now I will move on to the anatomy of it. Why are we doing it for this film? How are we doing it? What the film review is going to contain in that. So we are understanding the narrative and we are documenting it. And while documenting it, what we need to focus on, as Professor Sanjay was saying, we need to focus on the plot, what is the story, and how it is narrated, what are the characters developed to narrate the story, what kind of camera angles or shots are involved in that, mise en scene, how the images, scenes are put together, what Dasgupta was saying as the montage, the music, the acting, the costume, the dialogue, the light, everything adds to the meaning of the film. So in order to understand the film, you need to look at all these things. And of course, in order to what you have understood, and when I say that this film is about this, it is not simply going to be subjective. I'm not saying it is not subjective. It is subjective, but it is not simply subjective. Because once you commit to writing, and once it is in the public domain, you need to substantiate how you arrived at that meaning. So if you are judging a film, on what basis you are judging it? You need to justify your judgment, your evaluation. So in that sense, you need to look at these various factors in the movie to justify what your understanding about the narrative and what is your judgment of that narrative. And even if you are evaluating the film, the purpose is not to understand the narrative and documenting it. Even if you are trying to evaluate the film, either as good or bad, or on a scale of 5 stars, whether you simply call it as paisa vasool, full paisa vasool, or no paisa vasool, out of 5 rupees you get back only 3 rupees, out of 500 you get back only 300, whatever you say, even there is an evaluation of the film. But in film review, the judgment has to be accompanied by the justification for your judgment, or the evaluation has to be justified by your how did you arrive at this, on what basis you came to this decision. Or a film review might also include or try to place the film in the context of other films and justifying why this film is worth watching and for what reasons, a kind of comparative perspective. So there are several films. If you go to a multiplex today, there will be 5-6 films shown in that multiplex. You need to choose. So in order to choose one, you might also include a kind of comparative perspective. So better to go to this film, not to that. So when you are analyzing a film, in order to highlight the salient features of this particular film, you might want to place it with other films which are running right now, and then write about this particular film. Then the other point about anatomy is you try to place the film in the context of the other films of the director. Okay, Ram Verma films. Okay, this film is slightly different from the earlier films of Ram Verma. So that is also a film review where you are trying to assess the evolution of a director's cinematography or his thematic concerns. Like Girish Kasarwalli, in his earlier films, he focuses on the conflict between tradition and modernity. In this particular film, he tries to say how modernity brings in certain positive aspects among the women folk. So that is a kind of trying to see a trajectory of the development of the director's concerns through the movies. So in order to understand a particular movie and write about it, you might want to place it in the context of the other films by the same director. Or you might be trying to place the film in the context of the other films of similar theme, subject, issues. Okay, how the issue of corruption is dealt with in Act 1978, or how the issue of corruption is dealt in Nayak. So in order to understand this particular film, you might want to highlight how this particular film treats the same theme which has been addressed by other films differently. So by doing this kind of comparative perspective, you might be highlighting what is so special about this particular film. Though the same theme is seen in some other films. Or you can also place the film in the context of other films of the actor who has played the lead role in it. Dr. Rajkumar was acting either in devotional films or in social films focusing on the family, and suddenly he starts acting in Operation Diamond Racket. So a kind of detective movies. So trying to place this particular film, Operation Diamond Racket, in the context of the other films by the same actor, how is different? This particular actor has shown his star value and now is acting in a movie like this, where he is getting beaten up by the villain rather than the hero beating up that actor. So identifying some of these salient factors and trying to play this particular film that you are reviewing in the context of the films by the same actor and then writing about it. Or you can also do place this particular film in the history of the films in a particular industry. In what way Lucia is a turning point in the Kannada film industry. Or you can also write about how a particular film, because of its technology, when the first color film came in a particular industry, when the first talkie came in a particular industry. So if you're some new innovation technologically is happening through this particular film, that can also be highlighted by comparing it with other films in that industry. So trying to place a particular film in the history of the films in a particular industry. And you can also try to understand film in terms of its genre. Because a genre is a type of film. So there are different types of films. So we call some as melodrama film, some as horror movies, some as a tragedy, some as comedy. So there are different kinds of genres that are available in the film industry. And what are these genres? When I know that I want to watch a horror movie, I know what I am going to experience through it. So before going to the movie itself, the audience will have certain kind of expectations when they come to know about what genre it is. So it is important for the audience to know to which genre the film belongs to. Whether it is a family movie, whether it is a sentimental movie, whether it is a love story between two youngsters, or whether it's a love story between 50 plus now. Because many of the movies that have come in the last 10 years focus on a kind of affection between the elderly people. So try to identify the genre, and once you identify the genre, that itself is a useful importance for the useful information given to the your readers. But apart from that, you can also look at how far the expectations generated in the audience from this particular genre is met by the film, or whether the film deviates from it. So a genre creates certain kind of expectations in the audience, and if the film deviates from it but still claims that it is a let's say crime movie, is this deviation a deficiency that it fails to meet the expectations, or is it an innovation which adds to the charm of the movie? So that also we need to look at. after identifying to which genre it belongs to. And there was a question in the last session about adaptation and remake. So are you trying to write about a movie because it is based on a particular text? It could be a play, it could be a novel, it could be a short story, or is it a remake? It could also be another film. We generally say that many of the critics specialize in that. So if you look at their reviews, they not only write about a particular film in the Bollywood, they also say that this Bollywood film looks like a remake of. So if the filmmakers themselves have accepted that it is a remake, and if they acknowledge a prior text to this particular cinematic text, then fine. Many times they don't accept it. Then the reviewers identify it and try to prove that point in their review, that it is a remake of it. And they might also comment whether it is a good remake or a bad remake. And why this film is coming up? Because there was a film called Sairat, which became an instant hit in Marathi. But even in others who don't know Marathi saw that film, then people wanted to remake it in other languages. But like Sairat in Marathi, I don't know whether any other remake of that movie in other languages could succeed. So why? That could be an interesting question that a reviewer asks, because everybody would know the original, and why this film, and why it is not meeting that standard, or why it doesn't evoke the same experience in you the way the other text, the prior text, evoked in you. That could be another important point that you would like to talk about. If it is a remake, if it is an adaptation, that is a big industry now. How the adaptations work, whether the text is popular, that's why you are adapting that into a screen. That is one of the important points that the critics can focus on. Why it is important to bring that and how they have brought it. Of course, there will be differences, as Professor Sanjay was saying, because the mediums are two different things. What is possible to language that may not be possible for a camera, and what is possible for the camera that may not be possible for the language. So in that sense, these differences we can also focus on, if that is the focus of your review. So in that sense, a film review can contain, if it is an adaptation or remake, comparison with the earlier text, as a cinematic or literary text or a dramatic text. Or it could look at what genre it belongs to and what are the changes that we expect in this particular movie with respect to the expectations generated by a genre, whether it is a deviation or an innovation, whether this innovation improves our experience of that particular genre, or we are left in the middle or wanting something. That can also be a part of your review, or trying to assess the place of this particular film in the history of a particular film industry, trying to understand the film through the actor by placing it in the context of the actor's other movie, or trying to understand the film by comparing it with other movies with similar theme, subject, or issues, or trying to understand the film by comparing it with the films of the same director, or trying to place the film in the context of other films which are currently running and justifying why this film is worth watching, or simply trying to evaluate this film, whether it's good or bad, why it is good, why it is bad, justifying it, whether others should spend their money to watch it or not. So being a kind of guide to the other viewers in spending their money on such text, are simply trying to understand the narrative, how the meaning is produced in this narrative, what is the role played by certain plot, character, camera angles, shots, how the montage, editing, mise-en-scene is in that film, how the music, acting, costume, dialogue. So trying to understand the points of view. So all these things could be part of the film review. But I'm not saying that all these things should be in a film review. So what should be in a film review is up to you, depending on what is the function that the film review you want, that the film review that you want the film review to perform, and whom you are addressing. Whether you are addressing serious scholars or serious viewers, or you are simply trying to be a kind of guide to people who would like to search Google before going for a movie. So write 4 or 5 words there, not even a sentence there. Oh, it's very good. Oh, it's black humor. Something of that sort you write. Oh, it fails to create humor. Just 1 or 2 words, some adjectives you put there, that is enough. But if you're writing a Facebook post, it also depends on who are your friends, how serious are they about you writing about a film in your Facebook. If you're writing a blog, at least it needs to be minimum 500 words or more. It cannot be just 1 sentence or 30 words. Or if you're writing for the magazine, then they will tell you what should be the word limit. So depending on where you are writing, who is publishing it, whether you yourself is publishing it, and whether there are any restrictions on the size of the film review. So depending on all those things, you need to judge what should go into a film review. Whether you are simply going to tell us what the story is about, or you are not going to tell us the story, just the theme, and how the theme is treated by this film, or whether it is worth watching or not, whether it is a paisa vasool film or not. So all these things depend on where you are going to publish your review and what are the restrictions put on that. If you are writing in Twitter, it has to be brief, few words. If you're writing in Facebook, it could be a bigger one. If you're writing a blog post, it could be much bigger one. If you're writing in a magazine or a journal or even web journal, web magazine, then it could be little. If you're writing a serious journal, they might accept up to 5,000 words. So it all depends on who are the viewers of your review. So the review is meant for others, if it is meant for others, not meant for your own consumption later on. If it is meant for your own consumption, then it's up to you how you want to write it. But if it is meant for others' consumption, then you need to think about who are they for whom you are writing, whether they have time to go through it or not. So depending on their time constraint, also you need to see what all you need to include in a film review or what you need to leave out. And then there was another question that came up in the last session too, whether you should tell the story completely or not, especially if the film belongs to a genre called thriller or a detective genre. So there's something called spoilers. The thrill of watching a movie is not how they have made it, but what happens to somebody. In that genre, your attention is held by how the narrative is going to end. If that is the case, if the review divulges the way the narrative is going to conclude, then it would be a spoiler. Then you don't have to watch the movie. Or when you watch the movie, you already know what is going to happen and you may not enjoy that suspense that is created by the tight narrative. So if you are writing about such films, then you need to also take a decision about whether you are going to reveal the story completely or not, whether you are going to reveal the end or not. There's no easy answers. You have to take a decision depending on what you are doing. And if there are contradictory meanings, reviews, what to do? Recently, I was reading. I wanted to watch a Malayalam movie, Nayattu. Some people said it's pro-Dalit movie. Some people said it's anti-Dalit movie. Karnan, Tamil movie. Both kind of reviews exist. Some people say it's pro-Dalit. Some people say it's anti-Dalit. So when there are already certain opinions about the film, it is not that you are going to give opinion to the readers. Already readers are also aware of the fact that there are other reviews. And if your review is going to contradict the other reviews, what to do? Are you writing a film review just to contradict the existing reviews about a particular film? No, that is not the way that film has to be seen. No, that film has to be seen like this. So in order to contest the other reviews, you might be writing a review. Then the focus of your review would be to contest the other reviews, the other view. And then there was also the questions about whether the film reviews have to be subjective or objective. This is a very tricky issue, because you are going to write how you have understood a film or what effect it had on you, what kind of purgatory effect it had on, or what kind of emotions it kindled in you, or what kind of thoughts it kindled in you. So it's basically how it affected you. But in order to justify how it affected you, that it is the film that affected you, not something else within you that made you feel like that, then you need to refer to the film saying that these things in the film made me feel like that. So to that extent, it is objective. So it's trying to find an objective explanation for the subjective experience. So let me repeat it again. It is trying to find an objective explanation for the subjective experience that you have undergone. So to that extent, it is subjective, and to that extent, it is objective. And another question that is very important, because if you search the internet about films, film studies, you will get a lot of information about film theory. In fact, film studies book, if you download anything, they talk about film theories. In order to write a review, should we use film theories or not? If you are a serious scholar and if you want to show that you know the theory and the way the film affected you or the way you understood the film, because you used a particular framework to look at it, particular theory to look at it, if you know what are the theoretical underpinnings of your way of understanding the film, then you can use them. But it is not mandatory. But I wouldn't say if you're writing in a newspaper or in a blog may be okay, but not in a Facebook post, then I wouldn't advise that you need to pepper your documentation of aesthetic experience of watching a movie with film theory. But for a scholar, it might be necessary. On what basis they have come to the conclusion? What was the theoretical framework through which they approach the filmic text to come to that conclusion? Maybe it is necessary for them, but for us, if you know, fine. If you don't know, then there is no need to worry about it. So don't get yourself burdened by film theories or psychological theory. Oh, Deleuze and Guattari have said this. Forget about Deleuze and Guattari, but forget about Lacan, and see what you have understood and what basis you have understood it. And what is your framework to judge that film? So be conscious of your own understanding, because film review is also verbalizing your experience. when you're verbalizing your experience, whether all kinds of experience could be verbalized, I don't know. Because many of the films do say that not everything could be verbalized. Silence speaks louder than voice. Then is it possible to verbalize all experience? If you are trying to verbalize it, already some kind of language is available to us. So through that language, we are trying to verbalize our own experience. But we need to know that language. And many of the time, they are not academic. They are industry produced. Some of the categories of the film that we use, more than academic, they are academic analytical categories. They are industry produced categories. So everybody knows within the industry. And some of the terminology produced by this industry is already available to us through these reviews in newspapers. So we might use them. And if you want to own up some of these concepts in more precise manner to write, there are several books that are available to read about these concepts. We might also be writing not just the review of a one film, because if you look at what comes under the film review recently, in many of the blogs or web journals, you find list of 10 films, 50 films, best 50 films in Netflix, best 10 films in the last 10 years in Malayalam. So what are the best films in particular platform? What are the best films in a particular language in the last 10 years? What are the best films in a particular genre? 10 best horror movies to watch. 10 best romances to watch. 10 best Latin American movies to watch. So it's a kind of review of multiple films. And it could be the 10 best films in one year, or in 5 years or 10 years. So this is one of the issues, whether you're reviewing a single film or whether you're reviewing multiple films. While writing the review, do we need to include visuals or stills from the movie, photographs? That depends on the copyright issues, whether you can do it or not. If you can do it, you can attract the audience. But it might also run into copyright. But if something is already in the public domain, as part of the publicity, the filmmakers themselves have put it in public domain, then you can use it. And the terms to be employed, you can employ short composition, long shot, mid shot, close up, theme, genres, mode of narration, whether it's realism or surrealism, whether it's mythical, animation movie or comic movie, comical mode, montage, assorted image, footage. And another important issue that I find is the distance between the review and the movie. So what you are going to write depends on if you're writing about a movie that has come out now. So you want to inform others whether to watch it or not. If everyone has already watched it, 10 years old, still if you're writing about it, then you're trying to maybe reassess the movie through your review. So the distance between the review and the making of the movie might also dictate certain terms about what should be the content of the film review. And whether you need to engage with other reviews directly or indirectly. These are all ethical issues and also pragmatic issues. Whether without naming the other review, you would like to take panga with that, or you would like to name it and then talk about it, it's up to you. So there are certain pragmatic and ethical issues that you need to keep in mind while writing the film review. Now, let me conclude because we are running out of time. The basic questions that we need to ask while writing the film review is, why are we writing? Why I need to write? For whom I am writing? What needs to be focused? because I spoke about the anatomy of the film review. There are several things in it. You can include everything if it is 5,000 words or more. If it is 500 words, you need to prioritize what you need to focus on, what you need to leave out, and how are you writing it. Now it need not be writing, even simply recording it and then putting it up, blogging. Where are you writing it or where are you publishing it? Facebook, Twitter, Google review, or Rotten Tomatoes, or in a serious newspaper. And then you need to create a catching or hooking phrase for the title. So immediately people will look at it. So to attract them, maybe you need to do that. And then another important issue is, should we prepare for the film writing? That the film, review of the film begins after watching the movie, because I have something to share from that experience, or do I need to prepare from the beginning of the movie? Because you already decided that you are going to write review of this movie. Then do I need to prepare it? So what do I prepare? Should I take notes? If I'm watching in a theater, how do I do that? It is possible while watching it on a laptop or on a phone. You can pause and take notes down, or you can record immediately what is your impression there. If you are watching it in a theater, is it possible to make that kind of preparation? Or a preparation, a kind of what are the other movies of the director, what are the other movies of this actor, to place this movie in the context of their other films, in their other acting career. So maybe all these kind of preparations are necessary for the film review. So I will just stop here so that we can take some questions.
Thank you very much, Tarkeshwar. There are a number of questions. We'll begin first with Rashmi's question in the chat box. Rashmi, you can go ahead before we move to Shaila for the YouTube lesson.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, read it out.
Okay. So my question is, how can we view the relationship between reviewing enterprise, particularly in print journalism, and the market for a particular film today? Do you think it has become redundant? One question. If a newspaper review is shared on social media, then it may influence the market and the viewership significantly, both positively or adversely. Has review become more a creative enterprise in our times than what it used to be earlier? Because reviewing emerged mostly in the context of print journalism to widen the viewership and the market for films. In the contemporary times, do you think there has been a shift in the function of the review altogether? You know, it's more creative and expressive rather than influencing the market. If that's the case, then how do we now view what review does, especially in relation to commerce for a film?
I would say that neither the production of film nor the production of film review can be completely separated from as an industry or an enterprise. So they go together. The film reviews emerge just to advise how to spend your money to the viewers. So on which film you need to put that money on. So in that sense, it is a commercial activity. The film review had that function to perform. And earlier in the social media, quote unquote, when it was just a social media, maybe it was not commercial activity. I liked it, so I'm sharing it. Maybe it was like a word of mouth, what we used to call it as earlier word of mouth. So social media functioned like that. But once the marketing agencies found out that social media is more influential than other media today, I think in social media also, I don't know what is an advertisement and what is a post by a friend. The distinction is completely collapsing. So there are advertisements after every post in so-called social media. And if I'm already speaking about it to somebody else, then that advertisements come to me more often in the social media. So in that sense, today social media is not simply a social media. It has also become politicized. It has also become completely commercialized. So in that sense, I don't know whether I can say this, that today reviews have a different kind of function. But yes, I would like to have it, that we need to train our students especially to critically think about the films, not simply take up the subject position offered by the films. So where they will be kind of resistant readers. Can you create resistant readers to cinematic text is something that I would be interested in. So if a review works towards that, then yes, I would say it's a good review. But film review as such, whether it is in social media or in print media or in electronic media, I don't think it can be completely separated even today from looking at it as a kind of production and consumption and then marketing terminology.
Shaila, over to you for the questions from YouTube.
So the first question I'll be reading would be, how is the review of a drama different from a film expert, as drama is live and the film is a recorded one?
This is where I think we can take up the discussion from where Rashmi is at. See, if the film is going to continue and you are going to watch it, more or less the number of shows given by a theater in the drama are less compared to the film, and where it is performed is also less. So in that sense, if a drama happens in Bangalore for 2 days, the review will reach others, but it will not have an immediate impact. It will not have an immediate impact on the watching of the movies and the watching of the drama itself. So the commercial, it will not have any commercial impact, because I cannot come from Bidar and watch a drama in Bangalore, which is going to happen only for 2 days or 3 days. But yes, it is also a commercial activity in drama. In that sense, yes, there is a difference between film review and a drama review. In drama, you can't rewind and look at it. It has to be at one go. You need to understand it and then write a review of it. Film also you can do like that, but always now, especially today, you have the chance of re-looking at the film again, even after writing the review, to confirm whether what you are saying is right or wrong, and then re-edit your review before publishing it. So in that sense, again, there is a difference. And then but the way the meaning is composed in the, and the way the meaning is produced in theater and the way meaning is produced in film, they are two different things. So because the medium themselves are different, we need to keep all those things in mind, I would say.
Yeah, can I read the next question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the next one is, how should one go about the background research for a film, for a review? What are the pointers that should be researched and mentioned? Does it depend solely on what the reviewer wants to shed a light on?
You can review anything. You can also research anything. You can collect a lot of information about the actor, about the director, about that particular genre. You can also do about the theme, because many times the theme might be unknown. If it is science fiction, you might want to read more about that issue in science itself, and then look at the film. So you can do a lot of research. But ultimately, when you're writing the review, you know what you need to keep in mind is why are you writing, for whom you are writing, where you are going to publish it. So those constraints will decide what will get into the film. All that you have done as part of your research preparation, that may not get into the review completely.
Okay, so there's another question regarding
Yes,
the.
go ahead, Shaila. You can give all the questions.
Yeah. So, in order to explain our impression of the film, should we consider how the film utilizes formal techniques? Is it necessary for a regular viewer to know about the lighting, editing, or costumes for that sense, or any different crafts, when his or her only intention is to see whether they should spend money on the film or not?
I would say not necessary. But when there are competing reviews, when there are contesting reviews, somebody has said something and you are saying this, then in order to justify what you have said, on what basis you have said that, you say, no, the meaning is giving this meaning to me. In order to justify how this meaning you got from the film, maybe you need to analyze it. So when you have to analyze the film, then all these issues of shot, lighting, and then the music, all these things might come. But for a general reviewer, not necessary. But if you can know it and if you can bring that in, especially when there is a contestation about what the film signifies, what is the meaning, what is the message, there is a contestation, then one way of trying to have a dialogue with the people who are contesting your meaning is taking recourse to the elements in the text, in the cinematic text. But it is not necessary.
There's another question which asks you to speak about what exactly, according to you, is a badly written film review.
There is nothing like good review. I don't know about bad reviews. Bad reviews, each one can say this was bad, that was bad. But there's nothing like good review. There's nothing like model review to be followed. So I've come across people saying that before watching a movie, I will look at what this person has said about that movie. So you identify yourself that your taste and a particular reviewer's taste, they get along through your experience. So through your experience, you identify, okay, I will believe this reviewer, but not that reviewer. So it's only based on your experience and your taste and the taste of that reviewer matching, you accept it. Otherwise, all other things are bad review for you. So maybe in that case, you judge a review as good if it matches with your taste. Or you also come to the same conclusion as of the reviewer after watching the movie. If there is a disjunction between your conclusion after watching the movie and what the reviewer whom you read earlier concluded, then you rather would like to say that that reviewer is wrong. So this could be entirely subjective. The point that I would like to stress is that there's nothing like a good, ideal, model film review. So each one has to decide based on why they are rating, for whom they are rating, what is the purpose of this film review.
There's another question which asks you to, do you believe that reading other reviews prior to watching the film is better than going in with an air of unfamiliarity?
Many people believe that you should not watch reviews before watching a movie, but it is unavoidable. You are bound to bump into it because of your social media and WhatsApp. Somebody will say something about it. Unwittingly, you would have read it, even the opinion, if not in detail. But I would say that if you are a critical reviewer, if you know how to view a movie critically, then you know how to separate what others have said and what impact it had on you. Unless you think that the review might influence the way you are going to experience the movie. So if the review is going to push you to experience the film in a particular way, you are so susceptible to the review. You can't keep that opinion of somebody else and your experience completely apart. Then yes, don't do it. But if you are able to keep them apart, then fine.
There are few viewers who are curious to know your personal takes on reviews or your personal reviewers whom you would like to recommend so that they can get a hang of them.
I would like to avoid answering this question because others who are going to speak later in today's event, they are reviewers and they are work with films. I'm not a film studies scholar, number one. I have not written any film review for publication except spoken about it. And if I have analyzed films, I have analyzed films as part of my research. So it is meant for a particular audience who know what I am writing about. So I never wrote anything on films for the general viewers. So in that sense, I might not be a good person to answer this question.
Okay, this was last question. Who's interested to know about, since there are diverse audience, should there be reviews for different types of viewers? For instance, aspiring filmmakers, film enthusiasts, or other types of viewers?
Come again?
So the person is interested to know whether there should be different types of viewers, as there are diverse audience. So they want to know, should there be interviews for aspiring filmmakers, film enthusiasts, or other types of viewers?
Yeah, I would say yes. If I'm reviewing a film for the aspiring filmmakers, the point that I am going to highlight there might be different. So if I'm speaking in a let's say a social gathering, the points that I'm going to highlight there is going to be different. So in that sense, depending on whom you are addressing, what is the purpose of the film review, the film review will change. I don't know whether film reviewers have to be different. The same reviewer can perform different functions using the film review. So I don't know about the we need different film reviewers, but we need different kinds of film reviews. I would agree with that.
Yeah, so that's all with the YouTube comments.
So if there are no comments and questions, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here. Though I am not a film reviewer, nor a person who is directly linked with film studies, my work with film studies is tangential. When I'm working on other issues, I also look at films. Thank you for having me here. And I also thank all the audience in Zoom and also in YouTube who are watching it and who might watch later on also. So both the present audience and the absent future audience, I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much, Tarakeshwar, for that elaborate discussion of film reviews. While the first two speakers discussed what cinema is, you have touched upon many questions related to film review, why it should be written, its purpose, its structure, the audience, the intended audience, what it is meant to do, and on what platforms, in what medium, and so on. So thank you very much. And I think it is time for us to move to the next speaker, Samvartha. Samvartha is a filmmaker associated. He's also associated with different aspects of cinema. He takes workshops related to screenplay writing. He's trained in FTII. He also subtitles for movies. He's also someone who has thought deeply about cinema and for a very long time. So over to you, Samvartha. We're all eagerly looking forward to this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nikhila, ma'am, for that introduction. First of all, I'd like to say that, okay, I mean, first of all, I'm sorry that I'm late over here. I have missed all the previous sessions because of my other commitments. So I do not know what has been spoken. So in case certain things that I speak kind of seem repetitive, I apologize for that. And yeah, and I am, am I an active filmmaker? No. Am I an active film scholar? No. I'm an active reviewer? No. But I beg your indulgence to kind of consider my indiscipline as interdisciplinary and actually kind of listen to me. Yeah, so thank you. So I'll begin. I mean, when I was asked to actually kind of conduct this session, I was wondering like how to actually kind of go about this, because in different stages of my life, I viewed cinema very differently. At some point, okay, I mean, there is a political lens through which you can actually kind of view cinema. There is a sociological lens through which you can actually kind of view cinema. I mean, there are various ways, and depending on my own preoccupation, I have viewed cinema differently in different stages. But yeah, at some point you have to actually. I mean, I've felt that okay. Okay, I mean, there are some films which we really like. Not, I mean, it may not be very cinematic, but the kind of message that it has, or the intention that it has, or the sociological angle that it actually kind of brings in, or the political significance of what it speaks at that particular time in history, makes it very important. So there are many various entry points to watch a film, to understand a film, to read a film, to decipher a film. But yeah, I mean, I was kind of forced to actually kind of leave all these things aside when I started. Uh, Teaching a bit. So then the question is like, okay, well, now what is it about cinema that actually makes it cinema? So there is, beyond the sociology, I mean, there is something which actually kind of makes the craft, right? So that's what I thought. Okay, I mean, I'll speak about, because that's how I begin my courses also. I mean, about which Nikhila ma'am mentioned. So, I mean, for people who are attending this session, I mean, I had sent in a folder with few film clips. So I'm believing that okay, I mean, you people have watched them, because largely I'll be elaborating on certain clips. That's all. Uh, this is to understand what is it in cinema that makes it cinema. Because I mean, just to take an example, like okay, I mean, to take the example of mythologies. Okay, I mean, we have heard it from our grandparents, parents. We have seen plays being enacted out of it, or folk tales. I mean, like Yakshagana being enacted of it. We have heard harikathas, the kathas. We have heard it in songs. It's the same story, but okay, I mean, it has been said in different mediums altogether, and every time it's different. It's not just the narration, the story which actually kind of takes a different shape. Even it's, I mean, when a singer is singing, I mean, the singer is focusing on the rhythm. I mean, like music has rhythm and melody as its base. Okay. A painter paints it very differently. I mean, then the strokes, the lines, the shapes, the colors actually kind of make the painting. Though it may be the same story of Rama, it may be the same story of say Karna. Okay, so I mean, there is a way in which actually the medium actually kind of speaks for itself. I mean, it's a language in itself. So the way a play of Ramayana is enacted, the way I mean, say MF Hussain paints that beautiful depiction of Mahabharat, and the way a singer would actually kind of a Harikatha singer would actually sing, narrate this episode, the way Yakshagana would be enacted would be different from how actually someone is to make a film about the same story. So now the medium has to speak in its own way. Okay, so in this I mean, so this is largely okay. So now what is it, so what is so quintessential about cinema which actually kind of makes it cinematic? Sometimes we say, I mean, it's cinematic, or it's very dramatic, it's poetic. So now what is that cinema? What makes it? So what is the language of cinema? Okay, so this is what I wanted to touch upon, and I thought, okay, I mean, I'll share few clips and then actually kind of elaborate. So one of the, I mean, I'm trusting that, okay, I mean, you people who have assembled over here, who have got access to that folder, which Nikhila ma'am and Geeta ma'am have circulated among people over here. So the first clip actually we kind of saw, I mean, in that, I mean, that folder, one of the first clip I actually kind of posted was the first ever film made, The Arrival of the Train by Lumiere brothers. So now actually look at that film purely, I mean, just as a visual. Okay, I mean, there is no sound at that point of time in filmmaking. So just a train arrives and that's it. It's less than a minute. It was a wonder. It was a wonder because moving images was new. Still images were seen, but moving images were not known. So it's a discovery. It's an invention. It's a revolution. Hmm? But today, after all these years, when we actually with our understanding of cinema today, as cinema has evolved over the years, now when we look at this film, okay, it has a historical significance that okay, it's the first film made. But what is it about? It is no different from a CCTV camera ka footage. It's purely in terms of language of it. It just captures a particular incident. That it was a huge thing. I'm not trying to dilute the importance of the film, but what is happening over there? Purely just a visual has been, a certain occurrence has been documented, nothing else. Okay, so but still, it actually kind of begins the history of cinema. Okay, and it was so innovative, it was so revolutionary, it was so new, it was so novel at that point of time that okay, we hear stories of actually people running away out of the theater, thinking that okay, believing that okay, real train which is going to run over them. These stories are there, but there is a very interesting aspect actually I would like to kind of bring in is that okay, one of the people who went to watch this film in earliest days of Lumiere brothers was Maxim Gorky, the Russian writer, and he's written a beautiful essay about his experience of viewing this first film. Okay, so I'm just going to read the first passage, the first paragraph of it, and he writes, "Yesterday, I was in the kingdom of shadows. If only you knew how strange it is to be there. There are no sounds, no colors. There, everything, the earth, the trees, the people, the water, the air, is tinted in a grey monotone. In a grey sky, there are grey rays of sunlight. In grey faces, grey eyes, and the leaves of the trees are grey like ashes. This is not life, but the shadow of life. And this is not movement, but the soundless shadow of movement." This is the first paragraph that he writes in his beautiful essay of documenting his experience of watching the first film ever made of Lumiere brothers. What I really like about this thing is that actually the expression that he uses, shadow of life, is so fascinating. Like it's not just, probably, just speaking in terms of visuals, okay, maybe everything is black and white, so it seems like a shadow, yes. But beyond that also, like, isn't every art a shadow of life, which is not life in itself, but it is related to life, it's connected to life, but still it's not life by itself. Okay, it's dependent on life, yes, but still it's not life, it is shadow of life. Such a fascinating usage of words. How beautiful for someone to call a cinema or any art shadow of life. So yeah, so Lumiere brothers have documented, have come up with an innovative tool to record things, to record moving images and project it. That is 1895, and in 1902, George Mille comes into the scene, and actually he is a magician, and he sees the possibility of creating magic in cinema, and then he makes this very interesting film called A Trip to the Moon, A Voyage to the Moon. And in 11 minutes, he actually kind of transports us from Earth to Moon to undersea, everywhere. Somewhere, from documentation, cinema starts moving towards imagination and storytelling. Fascinating. He creates magic over there. It's to see it is so beautiful. The 1902 film. Like to have such a, to conceive of such an idea and to implement it and to actually kind of turn it into a beautiful storytelling through moving images. Cinema has made a journey from documentation to imagination, yes, but still, the film of Mille, Voyage to the Moon, almost seems like a recorded theater. there is nothing much happening. I mean, it's almost like, I mean, imagine a play is being actually kind of enacted on stage and someone has kept a camera and recorded it. There is mise en scène, yes. There are props, yes. There are characters, yes. Is there a storyline? Yes. Are there cuts? The edits? Yes. But still, I mean, it's not cinematic as we understand today the language of cinema. At this point of time, I would like to read a small 2 paragraphs from a letter Tagore, Rabindranath Tagore wrote to a relative of his, and Tagore was interested in cinema too. And Tagore also, I mean, it said that he made a film, and I mean, it's not available now. I mean, yeah, but anyway, I mean, there is this letter which has been published by Shamik Bandyopadhyay from Bengali. I'm just going to read this because I mean, it helps us actually kind of move forward in this particular class or this discussion rather. So I'm quoting from the letter that Tagore wrote on 26 November 1929. I quote, "The speciality of the medium determines the speciality of the art form. But the new art form that has based itself on photography has yet to define just identity, so it is with the arts. Every artist discipline seeks freedom of expression in its own creative domain, lest its lack of identity deflates its self-expression. Cinema still plays a sycophant to literature, since there is as yet no artist capable of liberating it from that slavery by dint of his own genius. I grant it is difficult, for the resources on which poetry or painting or music draw are not expensive. But cinema calls for financial investment, not merely creative genius. The main property of cinema is the flow of scenes. The beauty of power of this dynamic form needs to be expressed in a manner that can fulfill itself clarity without the support of words. If there is another language breathing down its neck all the time, if there is another language breathing down its neck all the time and insisting on explaining everything, then it only serves to underscore its impairment. Why cannot the flow of images reveal itself as a distinctive piece of artistic creation, the way music establishes its significance through the dynamics of notes without a spoken sentence? It does not happen only because there is no creator of that, and due to the stupidity of a lazy public who cannot claim their right to joy and hence submit to the intoxication of a series of surprises. So, I mean, the Tagore is somewhere hinting that, okay, I mean, cinema is great, okay, yes, but he says, I mean, if there is another language breathing down its neck all the time, and he says, I mean, cinema is still playing a sycophant to literature. I mean, that's what we are. I mean, we were discussing, right? I mean, in Mile's film, I mean, what happens? It's almost like recorded theater. So now that brings us to the question. So then, what is it cinema in cinema that makes it cinema? Okay, and I am borrowing this broad umbrella. Terms. To understand the grammar of cinema or the language of cinema from the notes of the great teacher of cinema, Satish Bahadur. He says that, okay, I mean, there are three large main components which actually kind of make cinema: the visual shots, the sound shots, and the editing. Okay, as simple as it might look. I mean, it's to understand how cinema through these elements actually speaks for itself and how it makes its, how it finds a tongue of its own. That's why I had shared all those clippings with all of you. Now let's, briefly, kind of, not briefly, or slightly elaborately, kind of look at the one of the first visuals that I actually the clips that I actually shared with you was the opening sequence of Ritwik Ghatak's 1960 film Megheda Katara. It's an extreme long shot. Okay, so now see, there is we do not see, there's a huge banyan tree, and Neeta, the main character of the film, the protagonist of the film, is coming walking towards us, towards the camera. Okay, and we hear her brother actually being able to he's rehearsing music, and then as she comes close, then we cut and we actually kind of see her. So from an extreme long shot, as she comes close, okay, it almost becomes a closer, I mean a long shot and then a mid shot, and then we cut and we see her in the foreground, her brother in the background, and then a train that moves. The story of Meghe is of a migrant family which has moved after the partition of Bengal and actually comes, and Neeta is the soul. I mean, is carrying the responsibility of the entire family on her shoulders. Okay, and everyone else have actually are dependent on her. I mean, she's providing the shade, the required shade for all her family members. So in the flow of the entire film, when we actually kind of see this opening scene, it becomes more than just an extreme long shot. It's, I mean, it establishes the space of this, where actually this story is located. Yes, this, but it also, by actually kind of bringing in, making it seem like, okay, I mean, a huge banyan tree over there, it equates Neeta with this huge banyan tree, and it kind of invokes a certain kind of emotion in us, and it kind of sows a certain kind of ideas in our mind, in which, through which through the lens of which we are expected to read the film. So the filmmaker, it could have very well started with actually a close-up shot of Neeta, but it doesn't happen that way. There is a reason why he goes for an extreme long shot, because he has, Ritwik Ghatak has something to convey. And it's not just, I've shared only the opening clip of Meghe Dakatara. I mean, even the opening of Nagarik, his first film, it starts with an extreme long shot where this protagonist is lost in the city crowd. And as Afdhar Hashmi in his review actually kind of speaks about that particular shot, he says, it's a deep focus. It's almost like, okay, he's not saying, I'm going to tell you about this one person. That comes up later on. It's almost like everyone's story is the same over here, but we will follow this one person. So it's an extreme long shot, which actually kind of, it is coded. It is loaded with its own meaning. It wants to say something in the context of this entire film. In a very similar way, actually, Ritwik Ghatak establishes he's not just introducing us to Neeta through his extreme long shot and that huge banyan tree over there. He's also introducing us to the personality, the kind of person that Neeta is. So how beautifully, the shot, the choice of shot itself is actually kind of becoming a part of the meaning making, not just the story. So here it is, it's not the story which is actually kind of telling us something. It's not there is no dialogue, there is no, in the narrative, there is nothing happening, but it's the cinematic tool of an extreme long shot which actually kind of comes in over there to actually kind of say something. The next clip I had shared was the final sequence of Meghe Dakatara, where actually in Darjeeling, Neeta is sitting in the outside the hospital, and her brother goes to meet there. Again, there we are introduced to Neeta in this final shot for the one last time in the film, in an extreme long shot. Here the meaning has changed. He uses the extreme long shot and an entire, it's almost a barren land over there, and Neeta is very small in comparison. In the entire film, she's a very small particle, that's it. The story of Meghe Dakatara has, from the beginning to end, has actually kind of traveled to a point where Neeta has been reduced to nothing. And now, okay, that is the point where actually, she has TB and she has been sent away from home. The family doesn't seem to be bothered about her. Her sister is happily married to the person who she was in love with, who she was in a relationship with. The family financially is doing well now. All its problems are solved, and Neeta is not required anymore. Neeta has been reduced to nothing. Okay, now it's easy to say it in language that Neeta has been reduced to nothing. Cinematically, how does Ritwik Ghatak show us that? He kind of he introduces us to Neeta in the last sequence in this extreme long shot where she's just a small particle. It's almost like she's like a particle of dust over there. And, of course, she's reading that beautiful letter which her former lover had written to her, in which he actually kind of calls her Megeda Katara, the cloud-capped star. It could have begun by that. No. Ritwik Ghatak uses the extreme long shot because it actually kind of it creates a certain impression. It doesn't happen consciously. It happens subconsciously probably. But it creates that impression and it invokes a certain emotion in me as a filmmaker. It's not just the story which has been written, but it's also the way in which this story has been packed. The cinematic tool of one of the visual cues that we are actually kind of seeing, extreme long shot, how that has been used to actually kind of convey this meaning, to create this emotion, to invoke this emotion in us, to create a certain impression, to create a certain impact on us as an audience. So now this was extreme long shot. Now let's come to close up, and this is one clip I shared from the film Blue by Kieslowski, the Polish filmmaker, the first in his color trilogy. So here is a point where actually the first clip where actually she's Julie is walking and she brushes her fist against a rough surface of the wall. Okay, what has happened before this? Julie has lost her husband and daughter in one go, like one accident. In the very beginning of the film, she has lost it, and now she's disinterested in life. She's angry at life. How unfair of you to actually kind of steal from me. Rob me of my support system, my family. If you're angry at ABC, then you can go say something to ABC. But if you're angry at life, how do you actually even have this engagement with life? It's impossible. So the anger turns inwards, and also she wants to disassociate herself from everyone. Okay, and also there is this love that she has for her husband still. And she doesn't know what to do with it. Like, what do you do with the love which has nowhere to go? Which has no hands to hold, which has no one to embrace, nothing. She decides to cheat on her own love by sleeping with the assistant of her husband. This has happened, and that is not an easy decision to make for anyone, to cheat on your own love. It is a requirement, yes, but it is also, it also kind of brings in a certain kind of anger in her. She is not happy with it. She is angry at her own self, her own situation. And now this is an extremely intense moment. Now she's angry at herself, but it was also a necessity for her to do this. To capture this anger of hers, Kieslowski comes up with this brilliant scene of actually she rubbing her fist against the rough edge of a wall, and it injures herself. It's self-harm. Very interestingly, at this point of time, Kieslowski cuts to a close-up. And when you're watching the film, there is a point when actually you see her coming, and the moment when she starts rubbing her fist against the wall, we are initially seeing her face, and then you cut to a close-up of her hands. That's when suddenly, even for the nth time that I am watching it, suddenly at that moment I was like, something actually kind of pricks me also as an audience. Now that is the magic that actually a close-up does over there, by bringing that action very close. Making it so, if the same shot were to be shot in an extreme long shot where actually she's rubbing her fist against the wall, it would still be the same. She's indulging in, the information would have been passed that, okay, she's indulging in some kind of self-harm. But would that emotion, that anger, that pain of Julie get transported even to us as an audience? Probably not. And by going for a close-up shot, Kieslowski makes it personal for us, and it makes it very cinematic. It's not just a recorded thing. He kind of involves, he kind of uses this technique to tell a story in an effective manner. Now it becomes more effective. The story is told in a more effective manner. In a very similar way, at a later stage when Julie actually kind of goes away from that city and actually is sitting in a restaurant, when this man comes to meet her, it begins with this beautiful shot of she looking at her own reflection on a spoon. It's a close up again. And while actually this other, her husband's assistant who comes to meet her, and actually you see that entire conversation, we just do not know what is happening. Which restaurant is this? Who is on the next table? Who is the waiter who came to take an order? Nothing. Okay. And they have a conversation. That's only when we see this other person, and then he leaves, and then she takes out the sugar cube and she lets it soak the coffee, and it closes over there. Now, see, the choice of close-ups over here for Kieslowski is to kind of externalize something which is very internal to Julie. She's disinterested in life. So, having a long shot, she's not looking out of the window thinking, kaun ja raha hai, kaun nahi ja raha hai, and all of that. Or who is sitting in the next table? What are they talking? Is she eavesdropping on them? No, nothing. And it happens, right? When you are disinterested in everything, your gaze is locked at something. You're not interested in the world around. Now, too, it would have been so bland and so dull to actually kind of make her sit in one room and brood. Kieslowski makes these interesting choices of showing her reflection on the spoon. Now, there is action, yes, but she is locked in herself. She's not moving away from that. So by focusing on these small things and through close-up, he actually kind of communicates to us without, without making it a very loud statement, that she is not engaging with the world. Her world has kind of shrunk now. And how does he do it? How does he uses close-up in such beautiful manner, like the reflection on the spoon, the sugar cube sucking the coffee, and we're not seeing anything outside. So this is how he uses the technique and actually kind of makes it cinematic. And these things are, see here, these are available only to cinema. If it were to come in a novel, it would be a description. It's words over there. Okay. A badly made thing would be actually she kind of having a monologue over there. That, okay, I am so hurt by what has happened to me in life. No, not even once actually Julie verbalizes what is going through within her. But still, we kind of get sense of what is going inside of her in the film, because the way Kieslowski has packed it in a cinematic manner. Okay, this was close up. Now, I shared this small clip from the film Woman in the Dunes. It's a Japanese film. There, it's an extreme close up where actually these two people are trapped in a dune. Okay. Now, the difference between close up and extreme close up and that of Julie and these people is that Julie's isolation is a choice that she has made. Hence, it's a close up and there is breathing space within those shots. When in Woman in the Dunes, you see the extreme close up shots, it's suffocating. It is claustrophobic. It makes you uncomfortable. And the filmmaker uses the texture of the sand being stuck on the skin also. But largely, the filmmaker goes for extreme close-up shots because it feels suffocating. And suffocation is what you feel when you're trapped anywhere. I think, lockdown has made us realize that to a large extent. So visually, extreme close-up shot makes you uncomfortable, makes you claustrophobic. And that is exactly what is going through those characters. And to kind of pass on that emotion, to invoke that similar emotion in us, the filmmaker uses this technique of visually going to an extreme close-up shot and transporting that emotion to us. He makes this experience, this storytelling cinematic through the use of this technique. Okay, so we were talking in terms of the magnification of the images. Now, okay, let's see the height of the camera. How it is placed, how broad we take. So I had shared this prelude to the song "Pyar Kiya To Darna Kya" from the film Mughal-e-Azam. Now there is this grand event that's happening where actually, Anarkali is asked to perform in the darbar, and she comes. And K. Asif spent so much time actually kind of in and creating this entire atmosphere. Okay, can someone please mute this the sound? Yeah.
Yeah, done.
Yeah. So Mughal Azam, I mean, actually, before she actually kind of gets into this beautiful song, Pyare Kiya To Darna Kya, where actually kind of she is speaking, and I mean, Anarkali is in conversation with Akbar. There is this entire, I mean, like some beautiful dance that is happening, and K. Asif is not even focusing on the dancer, nor on Akbar. He's completely, going for I mean, wide shots, I mean, top shots, and I mean, he's establishing this. I mean, he's showing us the entire, what to say, the palace. It's, I mean, why did he do this? Like, I mean, itna kharch kiya hai, to dikha de. I mean, is it? I mean, no. I mean, there is something more that's actually happening. So when actually, I mean, this entire palace is established for some good 2 minutes, or I mean, some few moments, and elaborately, and we see the grandeur of it, we see the beauty of it, we see how magnificent it is. And then Madhubala, I mean, Anarkali starts singing Pyar Kiya To Darna Kya. And that's when we what finally I kind of gets conveyed is that when she's saying, I mean, she's not challenging Akbar, she's challenging an entire empire. And the reason Akbar is actually kind of feels threatened by Anarkali is because he equates himself to the empire. So when she says Pyar Kiya To Darna Kya, it's not just Akbar who is being, I mean, who shakes. It's the entire empire which actually kind of shakes. That is the challenge that she's posing over there. That is the challenge which actually the love of Salim and Anarkali is posing. And language, I mean, a spoken language does it through, I mean, it's singing, na? I mean, through poetry. Pyar kiya to darna kya, parda nahi jab koi khuda se, bandon se parda karna kya. Visually, cinematically, how do you do this? Because the fight is not between, I mean, two individuals, but it's between two power structures altogether. Now that is what actually kind of, I mean, that gets captured when K. Asif captures this entire setting beautifully, and then explodes this song on us. Pyar kiya to darna kya. So I mean, that whole sequence actually kind of creates something more than just documentation. It actually kind of tells, I mean, creates a certain underlining for the entire story, and in a cinematic way. So I mean, that's one of the things. And now let's speak about the movement of the camera. I mean, this one of the songs that I shared was from Gurudutt's film. I mean, Pyasa, जाने वो कैसे लोग थे जिनको प्यार को प्यार मिला. I'm assuming that okay, most of you have watched Pyasa, so I'm not going to go into what the story is about. So I mean, this when this entire song is happening, I mean, like जाने वो कैसे लोग थे जिनको प्यार को प्यार मिला, हमने तो जब कलियां मांगी कांटों का हार मिला. The camera is constantly moving close to Gurudutt, coming back, going close to this lady and coming back, and that too in a party setting. Moving, it's almost like it's actually kind of taking a measuring tape and actually kind of measuring the distance that has come between the two of them. The distance is being established. The constant movement to and fro, aage piche, and that too mournfully. It's not that quick movements are happening. So, I mean, Gurudutt and V.K. Murthy, they come together, and then in this particular song, Sahir is doing his job of speaking about this distance that has come between the two of them. Cinematically, how do you actually kind of capture the distance and actually kind of not make it seem like a physical distance, but also an emotional distance? And V.K. Murthy and Gurudutt actually, they kind of do it so beautifully by using a cinematic technique of the movement of the camera and by constantly moving it forward and pulling it backward in a mournful way. And in the same film, there is this other song where actually, I mean, this Aaj Sajan Mohe Ang Laga Do. No. Is it Aaj Sajan Mohe? Janam Safalo. Yeah. It's the same song. Yes. There again, actually, I mean, there actually the movement of camera is used in a much different way, and but in a very interesting manner. I mean, the character Vijay is actually kind of climbing the stairs, and then this lady, Wahida Rahman, follows him, and then he goes and stands in the edge, and she's very distant. Suddenly, you see the camera being very close to Gurudat, and then suddenly it cuts and it shows us them being very far from each other, standing very far from each other. And this happens a couple of times. It's a very interesting way, actually. At one point, the camera holds the hands of the desire of this lady and moves close to him, and then suddenly it takes an objective view and actually kind of establishes the distance, that is the physical distance that is between the two of them. Again, there is this very interesting conflict. Hriday ki pida, deh ki agni. There are two things right over here. That's the lyrics of Sahir. Hriday ki pida, deh ki agni, sab sheetal ho jaye. So there is Hriday, and it has its own desire that is moving close. It wants to move close, but there is Deh, or the body, which is actually kind of distant. Now there is a conflict between these two, and that is what is being established purely by using a tool which is cinematic. It's a cinematic tool. It's not relying completely on Sahir's song. It's not dependent on Sahir's song. Sahir's song is actually an addition. It's an add-on over there. It actually creates a mood, yes, but cinematically also the same emotion, the same tension is captured. Now, actually, okay. There is this other clip that I had shared of Double Life of Veronique, again a Kieslowski film. It's a very delicate film because it actually deals with a concept of soul doppelgangers. Okay, the soul twin. There are two Veronica, not related to each other, but they look alike, and they both feel connected. Okay. And at one point of the film, actually, one of the Veronica, who is a singer, dies. So since Kieslowski, it's a very delicate area to actually kind of walk in. Certain subjects are like that, I guess. If you speak too loudly, it might seem like a cliche, or it might seem very boring. If you speak too less, then it might seem very vague and very obscure and too abstract. So there has to be a point where actually you make the abstract concrete without actually kind of making it a cliche. So that's the kind of zone he's walking in, and it's a very interesting film to watch. Okay. So at this point of time where actually Veronique is going to die, she's performing and she's dying. So since the film is about the soul twin, there is this one opportunity that Kieslowski gets to actually kind of bring in the element of soul. Okay. So what he does is actually kind of, when Veronique dies, we see an aerial shot of actually of people sitting in the audience. It's barely few seconds actually, but that one shot is important. Okay. Whether true or false, that's a different matter. But it's believed that when actually a person dies, the soul actually kind of goes up, and actually it can see everything from the top. Okay. So now this is one opportunity which Kieslowski doesn't want to miss probably. So he wants to have that shot. But to have that randomly in between, it wouldn't convey what he wants to convey about the existence of a soul and this whole thing. So what he does, he actually kind of makes, when this sequence begins, he keeps shifting between an objective camera and a point of view camera of Veronique. So constantly we keep seeing that. Okay, it's from the Veronica's point of view, the way she looks at the co-singer and the audience and the musicians, everything. And even when she actually kind of she falls down just before dying, the camera is her point of view. And then we see this slide on the top, over the top. Okay. That's where actually, I mean, he establishes it's Veronica's soul, just to actually kind of make this, I mean, barely few seconds of that top shot and the aerial shot. He's going for point of view shots, and through that he actually kind of establishes this one minor point that he wants to make about soul twins. Okay, and how, I mean, I mean, it's not that, you know, I mean, no one is speaking about soul twin or anything. Okay, I mean, but that's the thematic undercurrent of the film. Okay, and that he actually kind of captures through a very cinematic method. Okay, and then okay, there was this one clip so here we were speaking about the movement of the camera. The non-movement of the camera also can actually kind of invoke emotions in us, narrate stories to us in a very effective manner. So one of the clips I shared was from the film Pieta by Kim Ki-duk. And the film Pieta is about actually, I mean, a loan shark. I mean, the person who works for a loan shark and how he actually kind of keeps breaking people's limbs just to kind of recover money and all of that. So finally, he reaches a point where he's guilty, and he feels guilty, and he feels he's wrong, and he wants to get out of this. So, okay, now to break the chain of violence, the only way for him, I mean, this is a tragedy Kim Ki-duk is speaking about, where actually the only way to break the chain of violence is through violence now. Okay, where you be at the receiving end, but someone else is becoming a part of the violence. There is your death is the only way you can escape the chain of violence. There is no other way out, kind of thing. So he ties himself to the under the truck of this one lady, I mean, whose husband he has paralyzed, and the truck starts moving, and it's a very horrific scene. And at that point of time, the camera is almost non-movement. It's almost static over there. It's almost like, I mean, the camera itself has its jaws dropped, wondering like what the hell happened. Like right in the heart of a very what a sophisticated, developed city in Korea, there is a murder happening. There is a trail of blood that is being drawn, and no one is noticing it. And it seems like the camera is shocked to see this sight. The non-movement of the camera actually kind of captures that kind of disbelief, that shock. And then it moves slowly. It's almost like, I mean, the camera is having its jaws dropped, like, what the hell? So, I mean, these are the, I mean, here almost the non-movement is actually kind of in play. Even I shared one more clip of Mughal Azam, where actually the final encounter between Anarkali and Akbar. I mean, he places the crown on her head and says, okay, yeah, chalo, jao. And she comes up with this brilliant dialogue. I mean, माफ कर देती हूँ तुमको शहनशाह की इन बेहिसाब बख्शिशों के बदले कनीज जलालुद्दीन मोहम्मद अकबर को अपना खून माफ करती है. And it's such a powerful statement to make for a Kanish to say that, okay, I mean, I forgive you. It tilts the whole balance of the power balance, right? And she leaves, and the camera actually kind of stands with Akbar and shows us his reaction. And now that, I mean, she walks out and she goes. I mean, the camera stays still over there. It's non-movement over there. It stands still. And there's a reason why it actually stands still over there, to actually kind of show us the response of Akbar. If the film were to be about actually Salim and Anarkali actually kind of coming together, then probably the camera would have followed Anarkali. That doesn't happen. The victory is that actually, I mean, there is a dent in this man, the Akbar, who actually kind of stood against them. So the dent being created is more important for a closure for this film, because as audience we are rooting largely for Salim and Anarkali, who do not kind of unite. So now the only closure that you can have is to see the dent being created in the ego of this man. Hence the camera stands still over there and shows us the reaction. So the camera is over there. The non-movement is creating a certain impact. It is giving us a closure. Had it cut before that, or had it moved along with Anarkali, that impact wouldn't have been there. Okay. So yeah, I mean, now the speed of the camera also. I mean, there's one clip that actually I shared from the film, a short film about love, again by Kieslowski. I mean, he's my favorite filmmaker. I'm so very biased about his film. So there are too much of Kieslowski in this I'm unapologetic about that. So in this film, actually, I mean, the clip that I've shared, what happens is actually this boy who has been actually kind of, what to say, I mean, been in love with this elderly lady. He asks her out for a coffee and she agrees. And then I mean, just to meet her, he has been delivering milk to all the houses over there. Okay, just bahana chahiye na kuch. And he runs with this trolley of the milk supply. First, we see the shot from a top angle where actually he's running, and then it cuts and it actually kind of runs along with him. I mean, it turns and moves along with him. And that cut, when it happens, suddenly somewhere there is a butterfly that flies within our chest, and that impact is created, and that involvement. I mean, the film involves us by actually kind of being. I mean, the camera moves along with this boy, runs with him. It becomes a part of his celebration. Were it to be actually kind of from the top angle as it begins, then we would have understood that yacha, this boy is excited. We wouldn't have been a part of it. It involves us. It takes us in by actually kind of running along with it. So, and that excitement is created. So these were largely about the visuals through which actually the film actually kind of speaks for itself. Okay. Now let's actually, I mean, when it comes to sound, actually there are the four elements in sound. How actually kind of cinema uses sound. Of course, one is the human speech, the human dialogues. Okay. The other is silence. Silence, I mean, sannata bhi ek shabd hai. Okay. And then there are natural sounds, like maybe you may be hearing the heavy rains that is happening. So these are natural sounds. Then, of course, there is music. To kind of see, I mean, how this can be used effectively. A clip from the film Vihir by Umesh Kulkarni. So it's about two cousins, and this one, Nache Dada, and this other cousin whose name I'm forgetting, who we actually kind of follow in the film. Samya, yeah. So these two are cousins, and Nache Dada, Nachiket, always keeps telling Samya that, okay, I mean, I want to become invisible. I want to run away. I want to be invisible. All these kind of things. And Samya is unable to understand what exactly is happening. I mean, what is he speaking about? But he's a bit scared also. I mean, ye kya bol raha hai? And at one point, I mean, and these both people keep going to the family. I mean, in their farm, there is a huge well. Wahan pe they keep going for swimming. Samya knows swimming. Nache Dada doesn't know. So actually, he keeps tying the bamboo stick around him and then keeps himself afloat. Once, what happens is actually, I mean, Samya goes for a swimming competition, and when he comes back, that's the clip that was shared. He comes back, and suddenly, when he comes back home, there is a cousin of his who actually comes and hugs him. Samya doesn't know what has happened. He comes to the door of the house, and he can see a lot of people over there. And the sound that we hear is of this distinct kusur pusur that is happening. Like people are speaking something, we do not hear what's happening. Okay. He keeps walking in, and then we see the grandfather actually kind of calls him, come here. He goes and sits by his grandfather. The kusur pusur of all the people who have gathered fades out. The voice of the grandfather comes in. He says, Nacha Dada Gela. Okay, I mean, the dialogue is also very interesting. He says, Nacha Dada has left us. He doesn't use the word die. Okay. And then he explains, I mean, maybe, I mean, there was a current in the water, or did the harness come loose? We do not know, but yeah, I mean, something happened. And then actually, I mean, that's when actually, I mean, suddenly the uncle comes in and actually kind of takes Samya from the grandfather. And suddenly we again start hearing the voice of the people who have gathered. And even before they actually kind of exit that frame, we start hearing the voice of the woman weeping and speaking. Then Samya is taken by his uncle to the attic where actually all the women have gathered. And the mother of Nacha Dada cries. She screams, she's screaming, she's crying. And then suddenly there is silence. Umesh breaks the soundscape over there. It's completely silent. And then after a point, a very slow music, actually kind of background score starts. Now, this is a very interesting way of actually kind of using sound. Okay. I mean, when Samya comes back and the young cousin comes and actually kind of hugs him, I mean, the information could have been given over there, right? Like, I mean, you know what happened? I mean, Nacha Dada drowned and died. No, Samya comes and he can hear this murmuring. I mean, this distinct conversations that are happening. It creates a certain kind of suspense, and it actually kind of draws us in. And then actually, I mean, the grandfather actually says this, and then when we actually hear the woman from the attic, what we realize is that sound is also sound creates spaces. We know that there is a place, I mean, above where actually he's going to go there. And then suddenly, I mean, because the screaming and crying of the mother takes this entire emotion to a peak, there has to be a release. That is when actually kind of Umesh suspense sound creates silence. And silence is what? Silence is also a certain kind of absence, right? I mean, it's also a death. Nacha Dada has vanished. Nacha Dada is gone. Then there is, I mean, it goes silent. Then he underlines the melancholy by bringing in the sound, light, I mean, background score. The film is about Samya actually kind of not being able to digest the fact that actually Nacha Dada has died. He believes that, like he kept saying that I want to become invisible. I mean, he has gone invisible. I will find him. That is I mean, that is the story. That's why the grandfather doesn't say he's died. वो हो जाता तो lock हो जाता ना कि अच्छा, I mean, Samya believes that. Now there is another clip I shared from this very film. Let me just complete this one with this island.
Okay, sure,
okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I know.
No, there are also a lot of questions. So
okay. I'll take that. I mean,
sure.
So, I mean, one of the things when these cousins have gathered in the grandparents' house, what has happened is actually they keep playing hide and seek. So after Nacha Dada has passed away, Samya has a nightmare, and in that nightmare, he is actually kind of supposed to kind of find people who are hidden. So he counts till 100, and then the door opens. He enters. And then you actually, I mean, I'm sure you have seen, I mean, if you've seen this, then you know how haunting this whole entire scene is. Where actually, I mean, everyone in the house actually they start coming out. He keeps saying, I spy you, I spy you, I spy you, I spy you, I spy you. And everyone keeps roaming around saying, Nachiket, hide. Don't get out. Hide. And it creates a very haunting effect because, I mean, that is what Samya is feeling, that everyone knows where Nachiket is. It's just, I don't know. And I have to find this fellow. He's my cousin. I am going to find him. It's a hide and seek. That's what he's believing. And this entire soundscape that Umesh creates over there of actually overlapping this entire, the sentences being spoken by so many people at the same time. Nachiket, hide, Nachiket, hide, Nachiket, hide. And constantly running the sound of water. Why? I mean, Nachiket has drowned in the well, right? So, I mean, it's a water sound which actually kind of keeps coming over there. So, I mean, through that, actually, he creates this entire mess. It creates the chaos that is actually Samya going through. So, through that, actually, it brings us very close to Samya. And this kind of experience is cinematic because it is using what is available, I mean, these cinematic tools in the best possible manner, in a very effective manner. So it will create deep impression on us. Okay, and the last part is editing, which I will not be able to touch upon. So yeah, I mean, with the largely about the visuals and the sound and how actually they kind of come together to make something cinematic. So these are the tools through which actually kind of cinema speaks for itself. I mean, if it becomes dialogue heavy, then it becomes like I mean, thoda literary ho gaya, thoda narrative ho gaya, है ना? So this is how this is the language of cinema. So that is what probably Tagore was hinting at. Okay, like, no other language is breathing through its neck. Now cinema is speaking for what is available to it: the visual, the sound, the editing. I think I'll stop over there and take questions. Yeah, I'm sorry if I've actually kind of gone overboard. Yeah.
No, it was totally passionate, and I mean, we all forgot about time. Though I should not, I will not be able to afford to do that. In any case, it was very, very fascinating with all the examples. There are a couple of questions on Zoom. Rashmi, if you can just quickly summarize your question here, you can turn your mic over. And then we can ask Shaila for the YouTube questions. Rashmi, please come in. Rashmi, are you here? Okay, maybe we'll take the YouTube questions first and then come back to Rashmi. Shaila, over to you.
Yeah. So Angita wants to know that in order to review a film, is it necessary to go through picture and video analysis of the camera angles along with the audio while we watch the film?
See, I mean, is it important to actually kind of speak of all these things in a review? I do not know. But to understand what's a good film and how, I mean, this is not the only parameter, but how cinematic the film has been made. How rooted is it in its own medium? I mean, how the medium has been used in an effective manner. To understand that, probably it is necessary because finally, I mean, it's also a craft. It's also an art, right? I mean, it's not just the content is. I mean, we say that content is king. Okay, I mean, we can view it in all the, but the film has to be cinematic, or else probably, I mean, yeah, I mean yeah. So it may not be necessary to actually kind of speak of all of this in review, but there are sometimes there are some extraordinary moments, right, which are extremely cinematic, like the final freeze in Charulata. How can you not speak about that? Anna? So yeah, so I don't know. I mean, to understand film, these are necessary. Hence, I thought, okay, I'll speak about this particular subject.
Okay, there's another question where Bindu wants to know what's the difference between film review and drama review, and is it important to analyze the characters in detail?
Achha, by drama, I think Bindu is referring to theatrical plays.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, see, I mean, the difference is actually the medium, है ना? I mean, matlab, a good play, I mean, a good cinema, the storyline might be the same, but how cinematic is it? How dramatic it is? I mean, is theater using all its, I mean, is it actually kind of exploiting its, I mean, all possibilities in the best manner? I mean, we kind of tend to get lost in stories mostly. I mean, that's one of the problems, I guess. I mean, I think that's where this entire session, what I've tried to do is actually kind of say, I mean, what makes cinema? For example, I mean, if a play, any play, I mean, like Romeo Juliet is a play, and now when it's made into film, how do you make it cinematic? There are so many versions of it, right? So now, so that's the difference, I guess. I mean, like how cinematic it can be. I'm like, have you used the medium of cinema in an effective manner to retell the story? Yeah.
Is it okay?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Sorry, can I add a point with Samvarth's thing?
Don't call me sir, Samvartha. You can add a point with Samvartha. Please go ahead, Shaila.
Yeah, so with respect to the characters, in my perspective, it would add a lot more effect and dynamism when you discuss about the characters when you're writing a drama review, that is a play review. But since you have already mentioned when it comes to cinematic, you're stressing it why it's cinematic. That's where film reviews work. You're talking mostly and why you need to watch a film, why you need to watch this particular film. You're giving them a sort of blueprint how you think about it. But with drama, since there are not very cinematic things like you said, camera movements or these sound movements. Even sound have movements, and there are different sounds which come in and go. So when it comes to play, I think these things do reduce to certain effect, and where characters and the plot and the story plays much more in the play review.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I'm reminded of this one scene from this film called Masoom, where actually it's drama, but more than drama, I guess. I mean, the husband and wife are having there's a tension between the two of them because of the entry of this child in the house. And actually, I mean, Nasruddin Shah, who is playing the role of DK, he actually kind of tells in his office that I'm not able to focus, so let me go back home early. So he comes back home early, and when he comes back home early, Shabana Azmi, his wife, is actually kind of changing in her room. The moment he enters, actually, she actually kind of covers herself up and runs into the washroom. To me, I mean, in terms of scene construction, I mean, it's a very interesting scene, though there is nothing very cinematic about this entire thing. Okay. So, I mean, for me, we were talking about the cinematic tools, but a scene construction is also a part, right? Like, see, it's such a brilliant scene where actually, I mean, like, you have had two children together. Now, after all of this, actually, I mean, if you are actually do not want your husband to see your body while you're changing, I mean, it shows the depth of which actually the tension has actually kind of penetrated into their life. How much of a crack it has created, how much of what a kind of fracture it has kind of caused. So there is also this scene construction which we need to. I mean, in terms of scene construction, probably, I mean, touching on a bit of characters, yes, but I mean, to me, largely, I mean, cinema. I mean, I would be happy if actually a film review actually kind of speaks about the cinematicity of the film. I mean, purely in terms of its craft. Yeah. Sorry, Shaila.
May I add to that?
Yeah, Rashmi, yes, and also add your question, and then we'll have Samvarta's response, and we end this session.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was deeply engaging with the questions and the points that you posed while you were speaking about the cinematic. But I was wondering whether it's wise to distinguish between the narrativistic and linguistic literary while defining the cinematic. But yeah, literature can be a burden for the cinematic to carry, but narrative often becomes very essential to make sense of cinematic, right? Because it's also very dreamlike, and it's also how we make sense of our dreams. How we narrativize them often. Okay. So my question is, it's like it's also isn't the power of cinema, its popular appeal, mostly due to its narrativistic possibilities. I was parallelly thinking about music because I'm not a film studies scholar. I don't know much about films, but music, yes, when music meets literature, while a pure sonic experience is possible for an artist, a musician, and even a composer, for many people, music deeply moves them when it meets literature. Right. Yeah. So the question that I have is like, why ascribe aesthetic superiority to one over the other? What is the politics of this aesthetic evaluation? And isn't it very similar to the politics of canon in literature? I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, first of all, okay, I mean, I don't understand terms like canon and all of that. Forgive me for that, but I understand your question, TK Rashmi. I'm not saying that, okay, I mean, narrative is important. Okay, I mean, without narrative, it's difficult to engage with the cinema. But the question is like, I mean, how do you present the narrative? I mean, since you're actually, why do you actually kind of adapt a novel into a film? And what happens while adapting? Is it actually kind of being able to kind of, I mean, now if you have to, if I have to sit and, I mean, if the film is all about someone sitting and reading out the same novel to you, why would you watch it? It has to create the same experience. The narrative has to be kind of repackaged in this medium, right? Am I making sense, Rashmi? I'm not saying, I mean, see, I mean, it makes it tangible. The experience. I mean, the narrative is important. Like, I mean, see, you look the question. I mean, the aspect of music. Drupad mein khyal nahi hota, but it gives an experience. What coming of a khyal does, or lyrics or some two lines, what it kind of gives a body, something to hold on to, but the experience is the same. है ना? But वहाँ पे I mean the two lines which from what Rashid Khan sings as तोरे बिना मोहे चैन नहीं ब्रज के नंदलाल is, I mean, that is not the narrative. I mean, the experience is not, I mean, those two lines of Rashid Khan singing तोरे बिना मोहे चैन नहीं, it is Kirwani. So in the same sense, okay, when Romeo and Juliet is being adapted into cinema, probably what I would like to see is that, okay, that story being told in a cinematic manner, I should be able to get that cinematic experience also when I'm watching it as a film, or else I will read the play, right? I mean, am I making sense, Rashmi?
Making sense. Yes, you are making sense. The question, I mean, still remains, you know, it's not about, because if it is, many of these are intermedial, okay, you know, especially with music and literature, you might really be understanding the nuances of the notes there or the sound, but it's also sometimes about the literature that is behind it. You know, it's like there's a reason why, yeah, I can sing the same Drupad Khayal and probably compose the same notes to something very mundane, and it may not sound as noble, you know, and that's always there.
Okay, I mean, I seek your forgiveness if actually my entire presentation seemed like, okay, I mean, cinematic is over literature. I'm not trying to say that. All I'm trying to say is when cinema, see, I mean, you can have literature. I mean, it can be a cinema based on literature, but when it actually kind of becomes, see, I mean, if a Kabir's poetry is actually being sung, it has to be music also, right? It cannot be. I mean, that's the whole thing. It can
that point I agree. Point I agree.
So I'm not saying that, okay, I mean, cinematicity is over actually kind of literature. I mean, these statements I will never make. I mean, because I mean, I do not understand much of literature. So I mean, I don't even understand much of cinema. So how can I actually kind of make this comparison? But yes, a literature, when I'm reading a novel, it has to give me an experience of a novel. When I'm watching a cinema, it has to give me an experience of cinema. That's all. So how can it be more cinematic? That's the thing.
Yeah, so this has been a fascinating discussion. There are questions pouring in YouTube. Samvartha, if you will permit us, we will compile the questions and email them to you. Because of lack of time, we will not be able to take all the questions, and you will not be able to do justice through your response to the questions. I take this opportunity to thank you very much for this really, really lively and passionate session. You really brought the passion of cinema for us, for all of us who are listening to you. Thank you so much for this wonderful session.
Thank you, Nikhila ma'am, Gita ma'am, and Talking Films Online for having me here. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And now, before we move on to the last session of the day, which is the conversation, Gita Viswanath will be having a conversation with Anupama Chopra. Before that, I have a few announcements to make. And this is particularly for those participants who have registered for this workshop and who wish to get an e-certificate at the end of the workshop. So please listen carefully to what I am going to tell you now. We will also share this information with you via email. So you can look out for the email. We think that the workshop also must be something that will have an outcome. So there must be an outcome at the end of the workshop. So you need to do certain things after the workshop in order to, can people please mute themselves? It's very disturbing to the speakers. Yeah, thank you. So we feel that, as I was saying, there must be an outcome to the review workshop that we have had so far. We have had all these wonderful speakers talking to you about different aspects of cinema, different aspects of film review. So what are you going to do after this workshop? So these are instructions for those who have registered for this workshop via the Google Doc. We had said that this workshop would be strictly for those between 18 and 30 years of age. So this is only meant for those registered participants. All registered participants would have completed the requirements of the film review workshop and would be eligible to obtain an e-certificate of participation only on submission of a film review in the Google Doc form. A Google Doc form will reach you. So you have to submit a film review if you wish to obtain an e-certificate of participation. The film review is to be an original piece of writing, anywhere between 500 to 1,500 words. The Google Doc form with the film review is to be submitted by the midnight of 24th June 2021. Any submission after that will not be considered. So midnight of 24th June, that is 5 days from now, you have to submit the film review. This is, again, I'm repeating, only for the registered participants and particularly those participants who want an e-certificate. The best 25 reviews submitted will be published online in a blog as workshop outcome. So it will be public, your reviews will be publicly made available. This is the 25 best reviews submitted. Any of the following 10 films, we have listed out the films for you. So please choose one of the 10 films that we have listed out for reviewing. All these films have been discussed at Talking Films Online Forum. The 10 films that we have chosen have all been discussed in Talking Films Online earlier, and these discussions have been uploaded onto YouTube. While we expect the review to be in your own words, you are welcome to take a look at the discussion video of the film that you choose to review in the Talking Films Online YouTube channel. So you can listen to the discussion that has taken place earlier on these films before you write your review. We don't expect you to just reiterate what has been discussed. We expect it to be an original piece of writing. The 10 films, and we have also given the links to the films. 4 of these films are available for free viewing, but 6 of them are available on OTT platforms. So the films are Hellaro, which was a Gujarati film of 2019, Pepilio Buddha, Malayalam film of 2013, Srimantudu, Telugu film of 2015, Himalaya, Land of Women, and After the Gold, 2 documentaries. Gantu Mute, Kannada film of 2019. Request you to mute yourself. Photograph, Hindi film 2019. Bulbul, Hindi film 2020. Bulbul Can Sing, Assamese film of 2018. Kumbalangi Nights, Malayalam film of 2019, and Court, Marathi film of 2014. So these are the 10 films that we have listed out for you to write your review. Please write your review in the Google form and send it to us. The e-certificates will be given only to those who complete this part of the workshop requirement, that is writing in and submitting your review before 24th June. So this is all from our side for now. We take a 10-minute break before we come back for the session with Anupama Chopra. So you can all have tea and a short break before you rejoin us here at 6:30. Thank you.
I don't know where I should look directly. Yeah.
Gita, Anupama Chopra has joined us. Hi, Anupama.
Hi.
Gita, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah,
okay.
Hi. Welcome.
Hi, hi.
This is Nikhila from English Language and Foreign English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. She's one of the co-founders of this group, Talking Films Online.
Hi, Anupama. Good to have you on our forum. We've just had a very, very engaging session for speakers, before you've come. And now we're already looking forward to the discussion between you and Gita Viswanath. Before I ask Gita to come in, just a short line of introduction, Gita. Gita is co-founder of Talking Films Online. She's also a Baroda-based novelist and has written extensively, researched and written extensively on cinema. Over to you, Gita. Looking forward to this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikhila. I extend my warm welcome to Anupama Chopra on behalf of Professor Nikhila H. of FLU Hyderabad and all members of Talking Films Online, as well as all the participants in this workshop. Anupama Chopra, of course, hardly needs an introduction to people who love cinema. We have all read her reviews and watched her on various digital platforms, also reviewing films, and read some of her books. Nevertheless, I shall indulge in the pleasure of introducing her formally. Anupama Chopra is an author, journalist, film critic, and director of the MAMI Mumbai Film Festival. She is also the founder and editor of the digital platform Film Companion, which offers a curated look at cinema. She has written several books on Indian cinema and has been a film critic for NDTV, India Today, as well as the Hindustan Times. She has also hosted a weekly film review show, The Front Row with Anupama Chopra, on Star World. She won the 2000 National Film Award for Best Book on Cinema for her first book, Sholay, The Making of a Classic. She presently critiques movies and interviews celebrities for Film Companion. Welcome once again, Anupama.
Thank you.
Yeah, shall we go ahead with our conversation? Yeah. So, Anupama, first, could you please begin by telling us about how you got into film reviewing and what it took to become a film critic?
You know, honestly, the aim when I started out was never really being a film critic. It was more being a film journalist. You know, I fell in love really with the film industry. It all began just as a let's do this because I don't really know what else to do. You know, it was genuinely just a stopgap arrangement until I figured out what I wanted to do with my life, because I did English literature at St. Xavier's College in Mumbai. And, you know, I didn't want to either at that time, I'm talking about the late 80s, early 90s, you know, the options were pretty much advertising or teaching, and I didn't really want to do either. So a professor of mine at St. Xavier's just said that, oh, you know, there's an opening at Movie Magazine. Why don't you just do that for a while and then we'll figure it out. So I literally just went in there, not being particularly besotted by the movies, even though my mother was already writing. You know, she's my mother, Kamna Chandra, has written Prem Rog for Raj Kapoor. She wrote Chandni for Yash Chopra. So we had a bit of a connection with the film industry, but you know, it was very tangential in the sense that, you know, we lived in South Mumbai. I went to Xavier's. We were very much South Bombay snobs and did not engage in any other way. But when I became a reporter and started to kind of get into the film industry, and at that point the film industry was, you know, an extremely chaotic sort of Wild West space. It was really very, very disorganized, but I just fell in love with it. I fell in love with the idea of covering this colorful world with these gaudy, over-the-top characters. And I realized that this is really what I want to do. I really just found my calling through that very random kind of suggestion of a professor. But what happened was then I decided that I wanted to do it in a way that is more structured. So I went to do a master's in journalism at Northwestern University. I worked for a year, close to a year, at Harper's Bazaar magazine as assistant to the entertainment editor in New York. Then I came back to work and to cover Bollywood. I mean, I came back from America purely because this is all I wanted to do. You know, this was a time when most people who had the option to stay in the States did not come back. But for me, there was no option because all I wanted to do was write about Bollywood. So I came back and started to work with India Today magazine. And genuinely, I don't think anyone thought about, is she good enough to be a film reviewer? Does she know enough? It was like, at that time, honestly, films were such a, you know, they were so fringe, especially mainstream Hindi cinema was so fringe in the early 90s. You know, this is before Hum Aapke Hain Kaun, before DDLJ have become these mammoth hits. It's this very kind of odd time, you know, 92, 93, when there's a sense of an old world moving into a new world, but the new world hasn't come yet. So people were just like, Acha, you want to do Bollywood? Please do it. Like, nobody wanted to do it, right? So I just became a reviewer. It was genuinely by no great design or study or anything. And I always feel a gap in my education. I always feel that I wish I'd done film studies. I wish I had more knowledge, but it was purely on the job. I just kept watching and kept talking about it and kept learning.
Okay, thank you for that. It seems like a happy accident.
It was genuinely the happiest accident of my life, because here I am 30 years later, still doing it and loving every minute of it.
That's wonderful. Now that you are, full-time into being a film critic, and since our workshop is, structured around the idea of how to write a film review, what is your idea of a good film review, and what do you think are the skills that are required in order to be a good film critic?
I think what really makes a good film review is that even if you never watched that film, you've come away with something. For me, that's really, and if you read like the great critics, if you read A.O. Scott in the New York Times, or Manohla Dargis, or Anthony Lane at the New Yorker, Justin Chang at the LA Times, some of those films, up to khair, now we're all on the same sort of page in terms of having access, right? But once upon a time, even like up till 10, 15 years ago, half of those movies they talked about, you would never see. And yet you would come away with such a sense of what they were saying. And I think that's really a sign of a great piece of writing, that it holds its own. It's not just a means to an end, ki main dekhu ki nahi dekhu. It's actually a work of writing. It's a piece of literature that kind of stands. And of course, this is very hard to do, especially when you're in a business of Friday to Friday reviewing, where literally, we get the screener. Now we get screeners, let's say on a Wednesday evening, and we have to post the review on Thursday. So you're watching it, you're throwing your thoughts out, and you're just hoping for the best. I mean, that's not ideal way to review. What are the skills required? I think to begin with, really fundamentally, you need to have a really grand passion for the movies, because everyone thinks it's I don't know, it's glamorous, it must be a lot of fun, and it is. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining at all, but it's also watching a lot of really, really bad stuff, okay, and you have to keep your optimism and keep your excitement and keep your enthusiasm alive and ready for the next film, and when you do it for many, many, many years, it gets harder and harder, because every Friday, the pandemic has of course changed a lot of things, because we've also begun now to watch cinema from across the country. So it's not that our ideas of film are only being created by what Hindi cinema is putting out. So, and that's a very welcome change. But, to watch really, really mediocre stuff week on week and still be loving the movies and going in there with like full bells and whistles and yay, I'm watching a movie again. So you have to sustain that. And to sustain that, you need to have great love. And I think then you have to really bring a rigor to it. I think still in too many places, the attitude is, "Arey, film review wo to koi bhi kar lega." It's not considered something that you really have to bring, that you have to work at, but you do, because a film critic or a film reviewer cannot just say, "Oh, it's boring, I didn't like it." That doesn't mean anything. That's not helpful. That's not informative. And especially now, thanks to social media, everyone has a platform. So what do you bring to the table? What am I telling you about a movie that can either enhance your viewing experience or bring another point of view? We don't have to agree. So I think it's not about, "Oh, Gita, if you're listening to my review, our thoughts have to match exactly." I want to be able to offer you an idea that perhaps you hadn't considered, that perhaps you wouldn't have seen if I hadn't pointed it out. So I should be able to somehow make you think more deeply. And I think that is what a good critic does. Whether you agree or not, well, that's irrelevant.
Okay. Yeah, you have kind of preempted my next question, which was about what is the relevance of the role of a film reviewer in the context of the democratization of film reviewing processes. Like if you go to any social media platform, you will have viewers reviews and viewers even grade films, whether it is in a movie or any of these OTT platforms. So I think you have kind of preempted that by telling us how you actually set out to offer something a little more informed than merely saying this is boring or not. So in order to do that, what kind of background information do you gather about the film before you actually get down to the writing process?
So, ideally, I like to sort of do a little bit of reading, kind of remind myself of, so for example, I just reviewed Sherni, and to do that, I kind of went back and rewatched parts of Newton just to remind myself of because that was, a few years ago. I don't have such a clear memory of that film, just to remind myself of what Amit Mazurkar's style is, what are the things he cares about. It's stuff like that. It's also, I think it's not like an exam where you cram the night before. I think you have to continually sort of put things in. I always feel like I wish I had more knowledge about music. Because cinema is the only art where all the arts combine. Because you have music, you have dance, you have production design, which is such an important component. So everything is a part of a movie, and I wish that I had more education in these other sort of allied fields to be able to bring more knowledge to it, but I don't. I've never really, I don't know music technically. I can just respond to it like a layperson. So I think what I do is I read up. Sometimes I watch a couple of interviews. Sometimes I will like if, let's say, I've recently started to talk about Malayalam cinema. So when I was going to review Joji, which is the new film with Fahad Fasil directed by Dilish Pothan, I went back to watch his two older films, because you need to have a sense of the filmmaker, and what the filmmaker's concerns are. I think that's very important, like to have a context. I mean, I've just seen before this session, I was watching Jagme Thandiram, the new Dhanush film on Netflix. It's a new world for me. I don't know Karthik Subbaraj's work very well. So I would never feel confident to give a review, because I'm coming at it without enough knowledge. I think you have to be equipped with enough knowledge to be able to comment on someone's work.
And once you have gathered sufficient background information, how do you go about structuring your review? Because this is a question that came up repeatedly to our other speakers, also from the participants of the workshop. So we would like to hear from you how exactly you go about structuring your review.
I take notes as I watch, and not everybody does that. So honestly, my advice would be, you have to figure out a method that works for you. So, my colleague Bharadwaj Rangan, who's a wonderful critic, he doesn't take notes, because he says, if I take my eyes off the screen, I feel I'll miss something. But if I don't write it down, I feel I'll forget something. So, you have to figure it out for yourself, right? For me, I'm too insecure to rely on my memory. So I have a little light, and I'm taking notes. And honestly, it's become a little easier, because now we're watching everything on screeners and I can pause it. And then I know film critics who first put the structure and then work to that structure. And I've tried that, but honestly, it doesn't work for me. For me, it just comes gushing out like I so desperately want to discuss what I thought about a film. For me, the hardest is honestly that opening paragraph. That really kills me. It takes sometimes like half an hour, 45 minutes. I just don't get the sentences. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But once that is in place, then it flows. What I have to be mindful of is not revealing too many things about the plot, not spoiling it for other people. Also, ideally, I like to sleep over my reviews. And if people who want to do this have that luxury, for me, that's great, because I want to be able to write my review today, then just step away from it, read it first thing tomorrow morning, come to it with a fresh pair of eyes, fix the things that I don't think I've done well enough, and then submit it for publishing or record the video. That's the way I like to work, but it doesn't always happen just because we don't have the luxury of time. So very often it's just watch, write, record, which is not the best. I've gone hoarse trying to convince filmmakers, give us things to look at earlier because it's more respectful to you. You've spent 2 years making this, give us at least 2 days. But I think it's a system that hasn't really converted to that yet.
So do you have the luxury of multiple viewings of films given?
No, never. No, out of the question. Honestly, okay, I won't say never because it's sometimes with Netflix, or mostly with Netflix, we get screeners, let's say 5-6 days early, in which case you can watch it, you can go back and see parts of it. It's happening, but mostly we don't have that luxury. No. So but to watch a movie completely twice is very rare.
To what extent would you say a review contributes to the commercial success or failure of the film? And does this weigh upon you when you are writing the review?
Honestly, I am not arrogant enough to think that I matter. I don't think, I think where critics can play a role is perhaps helping people to discover something that they might not have otherwise. And especially now when there are over 40 streaming platforms in this country, it is humanly impossible to watch everything. We can help you curate. We can curate for you. We can tell you that this is good. Don't waste your time with that. But do I think, oh my God, am I mad? When it was a box office situation, when it was a theatrical situation, again, perhaps with a film like Sherni, if it had released in theaters, we might be able to push some people to the theater by saying, listen, this is really good, Vidya Balan is really good, please go check it out. But the big movies, I don't think Radhe would work or not work because I thought it wasn't very good. Those movies are like, those are not, they're sort of critic proof in a way. The fans decide that they will go see them and they will go see them, and that's all there is. So I'm not sure that critics really make a big dent on the box office, but I think what they can do is help people to discover those underdog movies, the ones where people are not breaking the door down and not lining up to say, Yaar, I want to see it. So I hope that I can assist in that. Does it weigh on me? No, I cannot. It's not my business. Box office, success, failure is not my job. It's not my concern. What I have to be mindful of is to be respectful in whether the review is negative or positive, to never be dismissive casually of somebody's work. What I have to be mindful of is to be, thoughtful, so that if you say that this doesn't work, you have to be able to defend that like a lawyer. Why doesn't it work? Tell us, explain it. You can't just say, oh, it's my opinion, it didn't work for me. That's too easy. So I have to be mindful of those things, but box office, no, I never think about it.
Since our responses to films are, at its core, deeply personal and subjective, do you think it is possible at all to write, an objective review?
No, there's no such thing. A review comes from one person and one person's very personal response to cinema. And that response changes even depending where that person is in his or her life. Sometimes now when you watch movies that you loved maybe 10 years ago and you're like, oh my God, what was I thinking? So of course not. What you can be objective in is you don't bring any biases into it. You don't dismiss something to begin with. Like, you don't walk in with attitude, you know. Which is why, again, I come back to, you have to love the movie. So you can't walk into a film saying, oh, this is like masala Bollywood, I don't like it already. You can't do that. You have to go in saying that this looks fun, I'm going to give it a shot, and then come to it without an inbuilt bias, you know, or that it's horror and I hate horror, I'm not going to watch it. I think if you bring in bias into a space, then you should just not review it. If it's something you inherently don't like already before you walked in, if you don't like a particular actor, you don't like a particular genre, then I think that's the problem. But other than that, there's no such thing as an objective review. You'll always bring your life experiences, your vision, your emotion into maybe something really rings a bit there's a wonderful journalist who works with us, Rohini Ramanathan, and Paglet, which is a film which streamed on Netflix, is not a film that worked particularly for me. I thought Sanya was wonderful, but other than that, I thought Ram Prasad Ki Tervi, which was based on a similar theme and released much earlier, was a better film. But Rohini is somebody who had gone through a similar experience. She had lost her partner, and for her, it impacted on her in a massive way. So you can't, these are all things you can control. You can't say, I'm not going to be who I am while I'm watching a film. I don't think you can be objective.
And you have worked both in print journalism, and now you do film reviews on digital platforms. So do you think there's anything different in the way you would write a film review and on the other hand, record a film review?
You know, there is, and ideally I should be doing two versions, one which is purely written and one which is purely video. But I've just never had the time to do that. And I've found that I end up being, maybe it's a little more rehearsed because it's been written once, and it's I'm not just talking into a camera, like impromptu type of thing. But I find that helps me structure my thoughts. So I don't have the courage to just get in front of a camera and start talking. It's very important for me to spend many, many hours marinating and ruminating on that film and then kind of, putting it out. But yes, in an ideal world, there is a difference. Not for just your language needs to be easier when it's on video because people are listening. So what I've learned is that, I tend to write like long sentences with many commas, and sometimes when it's video you can't connect the end of the sentence with the beginning. So those are little practical tips that I've figured out, that you need to make it shorter sentences and explain a little more than if people were reading it.
And surely review writing would have certain ethical issues that go with the process. For example, if a good friend of yours makes a bad film, would you be able to write the review, or would you rather not write one at all? So could you tell us something about this aspect of film reviewing?
Sure, it comes up for me a lot because my family is into making movies, not just my husband, my sister, extended family. So it's, but for me, the policy I've adopted is that I do not review anything that my family is involved in. So whether that's production, whether that's direction, anything where, I didn't review Sacred Games because it's based on a book my brother has written, even though the series is not exactly the book and all of that, but obviously there is a tangential connection, so it's better to just step away. So that makes my life very clear that it's black and white. I'm not going to review those things, and not just me, but nobody in Film Companion will review those things because it's always a bit suspect. Finally, I'm the editor of Film Companion. Would I only push a positive review through? It's a slippery slope, so better don't go there only. So none of us would review it. In terms of friends, honestly, we don't have a lot of friends in the industry. We don't, We're not highly sociable people. We mostly stay at home. So that helps. That helps, because yes, it would be very uncomfortable if you had personal friendships and then were reviewing films.
Okay, I don't want to ask too many more questions because I'm sure the workshop participants are eager with their own questions. Just my last one, what would you say to someone who's just beginning a career in film journalism?
I think the important thing is to watch as much as you can and write as much as you can. Because honestly, you can read great reviewers, and that's very important. It's very important to read the greats and to keep sort of studying their work. I still do it every weekend. I sit down and I read, read really good film critics. But I think the important thing is to keep doing the exercise. The more you do it, the better you will get in terms of trusting your instincts. Because see, it's very, very hard, especially now because everybody's on social media, to say something that is contrarian, to say something that maybe doesn't go with what everybody else is saying about a film. It can get very hostile and negative. And the only way you're going to be an independent thinker, and really that's critical, because otherwise if you're just one more voice who sounds like all the other voices, who cares? So you only build a readership when you have an authentic voice, and you will learn to trust the voice the more you watch, the more you write. So watch something, write about it. And now you can blog, you can create your own any place. If you want to shout out to everybody who wants to do reviews, we have a readers' rights section on Film Companion where we publish the best reviews that are submitted by readers, not just reviews but articles as well. So I think if you can do that, really just make it like I don't know, going to the gym. You go to the gym, you watch a movie, you write about it. You watch a movie, you write about it, and dhire you'll trust your own instincts, so that you're not second guessing yourself and saying, "Yaar, but mere ko to achhi lagi, isko nahi achhi lagi." It doesn't matter. Cinema is a very personal thing, and you should just be attempting to defend your position. That I liked it. It worked for me, and here are the reasons why, or it didn't work for me, and here are the reasons why. I don't think you can try and, like a filmmaker, the best filmmakers always tell you that make a film you like, because at least one person will like it. You'll never be able to guess what the audience will like. So like that, I think film critics also have to be really authentic to their own voice.
Yeah, before I open it out for discussion, let me thank you very much, Anupama, for your insider perspectives about film reviewing. Nikhila, are there any questions on YouTube or on Zoom?
Yes, there are lots of questions coming in on YouTube. Shaila, I think, has curated the questions. Shaila, are you ready with the questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please go ahead, Shaila.
Okay, so the first question is regarding Anupama ma'am had mentioned about doing some research about the director's previous work. So one of the person has asked, how would you write a review if the director is a newcomer? Because
sure, no, of course, there's so many debut directors, and that's fine, So it's not imperative that you need to know the director's earlier work. It's just, if there is a body of work, it's fun to know it. It's interesting to know it, because then you can pick out themes and patterns that a creator, an artist is repeating. Of course, if it's a debutant director, you will review it. It doesn't stop you from reviewing a person's work if they haven't directed before. It's just an added bonus, I think, if you know someone's work, if they have a body of work.
Okay, so there's another question which the person asked: what kind of films need to be reviewed, or how do you choose the films to be reviewed?
it's a good question because there's just so much out there now that it's impossible. So literally we have some 4 or 5 reviewers at Film Companion trying to keep pace with those 40 streaming platforms and the number of series and movies and all the rest of it. How I decide, really my constituency to begin with is Hindi cinema. So I try and cover as much of it as I can. I've started to little bit venture out and look at cinema from other, from other languages. I've managed to get a sort of somewhat of a bearing on Malayalam cinema, and I'm excited to review that occasionally. Tamil cinema, I don't know as well. So for me, it's really staying with Hindi cinema. And then, of course, the big Hollywood releases, because Hollywood and Western cinema, we've all grown up watching.
Okay. There's another question who's asking about how frank we need to be while reviewing a film. I mean, do you have anything to say about it?
You should be absolutely honest without being disrespectful and without being hurtful or personal. I don't think a film review should ever go into a personal space or be malicious in any way. What you're doing is a professional job and you have to come to it like a professional. So just as in any other job, you would not be insulting to someone, you cannot be insulting to people. You cannot be, like I said before, you can't be callous. You can't just be dismissive. Oh, what is this rubbish? I don't think you can bring that kind of attitude into a film review, but you must be honest.
I personally want to ask a question regarding a film and its promotion when it comes in contact with a reviewer or a reviewer's platform. How significant that becomes to the filmmaker and the film itself, because the reviewer itself, himself or herself, have an individual identity, the weightage of being a person who's been heard by many. So how does that become, influential on a film?
So I'm not sure I fully understood. So you mean because we are also interviewing the actors, is there a conflict of interest? Is that the question?
Yeah, because you're interviewing the actors and that's when you bring the film into discussion. So
Correct. No. So honestly, this is not an ideal situation. In an ideal situation, the reviewer and the interviewer would be two different people, as it is in many outlets in the West. But frankly, it's from the beginning of my career, which is 30 years ago, I've played both roles. And here, there isn't really that differentiation. And you find your bearings. It is sometimes it's odd. Saif Ali Khan had said to me once that I meet you before the film releases and you're smiling and we're laughing and I think she likes me, she really likes me, and then I read your review and I'm like, oh my God. So it can lead to a bit of awkwardness, but I've learned to navigate across it. It doesn't, if I'm interviewing the actors before the review comes out, it doesn't really impact on my review at all.
Okay. So other film reviewers, journalists or specialists, do they have a unique style of writing or it changes with film genre? So Naina wants to know.
I think the specialists, see, we're all journalists because like I said, we are all also, most of us, not all, I shouldn't generalize, but many of us are also reporters. We're just straight up reporters, right? But we are specialists in film criticism. What was Sunaina's other question? What was the follow-up question?
They have their unique style of writing.
Right. I think the best ones do. I think there is a voice that's not dependent on the genre. You can hear that voice irrespective of what genre they're reviewing.
Okay. There's another question who asked, how do we balance between the references and the concept of a film which portrays while writing a film review? Like, for example, if a film is adapted or it has its own references outside the film, how do we take it and put it into a film review while writing?
I think it's important to put that in. I think that's what a film reviewer brings, that you add more context. So as I said before, you enhance somebody's viewing experience. So you should just be able to weave that into your review. Like there were bits, there was shots in Sherni which reminded me of Lijo's Jallikattu. Because it's flashlights in the night, and that's the same thing in Jallikattu. So I want to say that and maybe, who knows, somebody might look at that and say, wow, maybe I should go check out that film. So you should weave that in, because again, it's providing context for what you're saying.
Okay. There's one thing I wanted to know about, film reviewing becoming, so well read through social medias and other platforms. Now it's become very well, available to many of them who have the access of internet. So through this, do you think it's becoming and flourishing industry in itself, which has a lot of influence on filmmaking as well?
I think it's definitely flourishing because so many more people are able to write and are able to get their thoughts to a larger audience. The only problem is that most of us still haven't figured out how to make it pay, right? So there are, of course, the traditional media houses where, you're hired as a film critic and you get your monthly salary. But for freelancers, it's very tough. It's very tough because a lot of places are now just doing away with the film review almost. And people are like, who needs it? You've got Rotten Tomatoes, you've got IMDb rating, wahi par dekh kar lenge, so it's tough. So you've got many platforms, you've got many great voices. It's just a question now of figuring out how do you make those voices earn some money for what they're doing.
Ma'am, there's a question which asks about the social media's positive and the negatives. For instance, someone's been dismissive and insulting towards the reviewer, or that sort of a thing. What do you have to say about it?
It's very tough because I'm trolled all the time. I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, not so much because I think people come there for a different reason, but on Twitter, definitely. Look, the way I've learned to deal with it is you just don't look at the comments, because everybody's human. And when you read a sort of barrage of negativity, and it can get awful and vicious, and especially if you're a woman, they can, they really come at you. So my response is that I cannot dignify any of it with a response. I don't want to even spend the 1 second it takes to block these many accounts. So I just ignore them because honestly, we are in an attention economy. And if you don't pay attention, that's the best revenge. So that's my advice to anybody who's out there and is dealing with negativity on social media would be, don't look for a couple of days and they'll be outraging about something else.
Ma'am, this is the last question from my end. So regarding the films you have been reviewing so far, like you have been reviewing Hindi films, which dominantly were till 2 years back, I guess. Then you started reviewing the South Indian films, irrespective of many languages. I'm just curious to know, are you even thinking about reviewing some Korean film or some Chinese film? Because with Netflix, with a lot of many streaming platforms, there are a lot of films which maybe I, as an Indian, I'm not aware. And if someone
absolutely no, I am a language agnostic. I am I have no kind of hurdles in my mind about what I reviewed Jia Jankar's last film. What was the name? I can't remember it because it released here. It got a theatrical release, so I would review that. No, I have no issues. Like I said, I want to be able to come to it from a place of context and information. I don't want to just get in there and say something. So for me, that's the challenge, to educate myself before I can go in and offer a review. But yes, I'm very happy to do any film from anywhere.
Okay. Ma'am, Nikhila ma'am, do we have time? Because there are 2-3 questions. Do we have time for more questions?
Only if Anupama has a couple of more minutes with us to take a couple of minutes or a couple of more questions, or how is it with you, Anupama?
You know, can we do like maybe 2 more, just because I have a hard stop. I told I have a call at, like I said, 7:20, because I thought this would be over by then.
Yeah, there's just one question which has similar link to it. The person is asking, is it, can you write a really good, or at least a perspective review without doing an interview with the director? And will the language really become a barrier, pose a barrier when you're doing a review?
Of course you can write a review without interviewing the director. Most reviewers would never interview the director. So that's not anything that has that weighs on the review at all. I'm not sure what it means when you say, does language become a barrier? What language? The language in the film, or the language that the reviewer speaks?
The language in the film.
I'll tell you honestly, like I've just seen a Malayalam film called Richter Scale 7.6, right? And of course, I'm reading subtitles, but the film opens with a song. So it's a black screen, and the opening credits are coming on the black screen, and at the background there's a song, but they didn't subtitle the song. Okay, so now I've lost something, right? I've lost some of the experience of that movie because they didn't bloody subtitle the song. So then I called my Malayalam colleague who's in Trivandrum, and I said, please, can you tell me what this means? And the meaning was very, very critical to the environment and to the world that this film has built. So I feel that yes, language can be a barrier. Also, the nuances, maybe you don't get it. Even with Family Man, right? They're talking about season 2, they're talking about the Sri Lankan Tamil and the Tamil, right? I'm not Tamilian. I don't know the difference between Sri Lankan Tamil and the Tamilian spoken in Tamil Nadu. So it's those kind of barriers. There will be some loss of understanding, I think, because you just don't know the language as well. So maybe little nuances will go. But I think overall, if it's a good film, it'll connect with you.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope
thank you so much.
Interesting. I hope like people got something out of it.
Yes.
Absolutely fascinating. Before we bring it to a close, Anupama, would you like to say something about Film Companion to the participants of the workshop? What kind of opportunity?
It's a platform really for film lovers. It's a platform for storytellers, and it's a journalistic. It's an entertainment journalism platform in video and in text. And what I'm proudest of is that it's pan India. So we're not a Bollywood platform. We have a very strong Film Companion South, where we cover all the films in the South languages. We have somebody in Calcutta writing about Bengali cinema. And that's what I think is really important, to understand that Hindi cinema is not Indian cinema. Indian cinema is massive and has so much variety and so much talent and so much artistry. And thanks to streaming platforms, we're all discovering it now. And just again, that if people are interested in writing, please to just go on the website filmcompanion.in and look at the Readers Write initiative, and just submit your work, and if the editors like it, it'll get published. So just give it a shot. You never know.
Okay, thank you very much, Anupama, for spending so much time with us and giving us your perspectives on film reviewing. Nikhila, would you like to say something?
Just my last vote of thanks, Gita. So Gita and I, in our enthusiasm, said we will do all these activities as part of TFO anniversary events. But mere enthusiasm is not enough without the help and support of all, all of you who have made this workshop happen. First of all, thanks very much to our guest, film critic Anupama Chopra, for first agreeing to be a part of the workshop and also for an excellent and engaging session today. I think there were a number of questions that were coming in YouTube, and it's not possible to share all the questions and answer all the questions at this point in time, but hopefully Anupama will look at this video later, and if possible, may want to engage and comment on some of the questions. In this context, Gita and I are also indebted to Rekha Nigam for putting us in touch with Anupama Chopra. Anupama, I would also like to share with you that Gita attained star status on Facebook just by, knowing that she would be in conversation with you. So this has been possible thanks to you, and thanks also very much to Rekha. Thanks. Thanks to the workshop resource persons, Jayan Das Gupta, Sanjay Kumar, Tarakeshwar VB, and Samvartha. All of them, of course, are our very own TFO people. We completely and wholly own them and own their scholarship and respect what they have given us in this workshop. Thank you all very much. Thanks to Rashmi and Shaila for curating all the questions on YouTube and sharing it in a timely manner with the resource persons. It went on very, very seamlessly. And last but not the least, I have to thank all the participants of this film review workshop, those on Zoom, those on YouTube. We hope that you found it all very useful, and all this would not have attained the visibility without Sudhir Garimala, who has done all the postering and all the technical help, and has also made us more professional in our organization. If there's no one else I have missed out, Gita, I think this is it from our side. Thank you all very much for joining us today, and we hope to continue with this kind of engagement on cinema again and again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Bye. Bye.